think we're live. Just doing a couple final things here. If I sound okay, if you don't mind hitting that number 1. And if I sound okay audibly, especially now as I lean back a little bit from my mic, try to get some good ergonomics here going on. But if I sound good, if you can hear me, if you don't mind hitting that number 1. Uh-oh. Test. Oh, there. All right. All right, there we go. I guess it was just a delay. Dianis, Farhad, Lawafo. Good. All right. If I could get a couple more ones, that would be, I always like to, I don't know, 5 for some reason makes me feel at ease. If I can get 5 people confirming that the mic sounds fine. I don't know why 5, but so if a couple more, Brian, thank you. And Christopher, thank you. Well, it has been a mixed bag for me so far. This V shape right here, I'll put it this way, I was way more bearish than what I should have been. So there were some casualties along the way. A couple losses. Now, excuse me. I say mixed bag because in my in the prop firm world, the accounts that matter most are your pro accounts. So in the pro accounts, good day, but this move right here did cost me a couple of test accounts. So if I had it, obviously I would choose not to lose any accounts in a day, but if I had to choose between the accounts I lost, you know, anyone in the prop firm world knows you would choose to lose test accounts, not your pro funded, whatever, you know, prop firm terminology you use. Do you move your stop loss as your profits go higher? It depends on the strategy I'm using, Gregory. So yeah, if I'm trying to let the position work for me, then yeah, that's exactly what I do. But sometimes I like myself a scalpy scalp. So in that one, I don't do anything with that. So it all depends on the setup, the strategy that I'm using. Hopefully everybody is having a good day. It's been, I don't know about you. I'm still trying to figure out if it's just was a trade ovate issue, but there are some snappy judgments. And what I mean by snappy is the price could be, at one area, and then, just like that, the price snaps 20 points down. I mean, there are some crazy movements. What was one of them? I can't remember. Maybe this candle here. I might be getting confused, but one of these candles, it was green, it was kind of looking red, and then it literally snapped up and was like a full green candle all the way up here, like just like that. So like I said, I don't know if that was just maybe a trade event issue or for other people. Did anybody else see very, very kind of quote unquote snappy action this morning? Snappier than usual. Hello, Spider Lily. Maybe I'm the only one. I don't know. Dianis. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Yeah, but it wasn't like what I saw was not like I haven't seen what I saw this morning. I don't know if I've ever seen it, but not. I'm not saying it wasn't snappy, and I don't even know if I'm using the right word. But what I saw this morning was very unique. So how many tons of gold are you sitting on right now, Michelle? Michelle is a treasure hunter, former trader. Now treasure hunter. You saw it on the MES. So the MES was doing it too? Hard to explain, but it was... no, it was one of those things where if you were on the right side of it, then booyah. But one of them, I was on the wrong side, and it was not pleasant. It was not a pleasant experience. All right, I can start to... Nice little bull pennant there that was alerted in the private community. Worked out very nicely, but we'll get rid of all these and start afresh. So yes, mixed bag for me today. Yesterday, if you were here, it was kind of rough. And I don't know if it's me this past week or if it's the market not jiving with kind of my strategy, my ideal situation. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, it hasn't, like I said, it hasn't been a train wreck. It hasn't been a train wreck of a week. Like I said, today made money in the pro accounts, which was good. Had some casualties in the test accounts, but so it's not like this week has been a train wreck. But I don't know. This week has not really been a smooth feeling week. Okay, so when you find treasure, that's when you officially become a professional. Gotcha. But we'll see what we can find during this late morning, afternoon session here. Yeah, I think we're talking about two different things, Michelle. I'm talking about like one moment a candle is down here, and then in the blink of an eye, the next moment the candle is up there, where it like literally just snaps 20, 30 points. Sean, short 580. Okay, where's 5? Okay, Sean's looking okay, short at 580. Stop loss is at 600. And then he's just going to let the thing work for him. All right, Sean. Nothing but respect. He has mapped out a trade plan all ahead of time, so we'll see how it plays out. You are always a treasure. I am a treasure. I'm like rubies. That's what I was looking for. I'm like, just find rubies. Hey, Sly Lou, are we going to get a trade plan out of you today? Are we going to get it? I noticed that every day is not a good day. Maybe just 3 days out of... I noticed that every day is not a... Oh, correct. Yeah, yes. I agreed, Ray. You cannot expect every day to be a good day. That is a more than fair observation. Yes, I'm just saying that if you were here on yesterday's live stream, you know that it was a little bit of a... Like I said, not a train wreck. I was still green, but it just wasn't very smooth. I lost 650 today, but that only means I'm mentally ready to gain thousands a day. Bigger loss capacity, bigger gain capacity. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'd say your walk. I get it. I'm not disagreeing, but that can also spin out of control too if you're not careful. So yes, generally speaking, I get what you're saying. At fair enough, but you got to be careful of that too. Because you could also, the closer to a degenerate gambler you're also becoming. Again, I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm just saying that's kind of the ditch on one side of that statement. But I'll say if 650 is a good controlled day, then fantastic. Well done in the risk management department. Because you can't be green every day. So if you look at 650 and you're like, hey, that's within my system, that's within my strategy, I'm good with it, I manage risk, fantastic. Well done. I offer things like this, Barry. So Barry asked, what do you offer in the chat room? Like things like right here. Let me bring over so you can see right here, bull pennant was figures I deleted that out. Anyway, I can draw that upward trend line. But here you go, mapped out the bull pennant there, and then crap. Okay, yeah, and then this was the bull pennant. Like I said, I just did some house cleaning and deleted all the lines out. So right there was that bull pennant, and you can see broke, a little bit of a pullback, and then eventually a little bit of a consolidation, and then made a nice move. So I don't know, what was that? Potentially, 65 up to, like 30, 35 point move. So that's just one little example of kind of what you get. And given that it's $99 for 3 months, aka if you do the math, $8.25 per week, one little movement like that can pay for quite a few weeks of membership. But yeah, that is what's offered. And I guess if you want more details on it, I can send you the link real quick. Barry. There you go, Barry. All right, well, we are just waiting. It's just chopping around in this consolidation range right now. So, not a whole lot to really, at least for me, I do right now. I'm not too interested. We do seem to have a channel now that has formed. Top of the channel right here, the pink line, which is the overnight high. Bottom of the channel, this pink line here, which on my chart represents the 200 period, a simple moving average. You can already see one bounce off of it right there. So right now, just kind of a sideways channel pattern that I'm watching, and basically right in the middle of the pattern. So right now for me, it's order type SOH. Just gotta sit on hands. Yeah, you're welcome, Barry. Alan, good morning. SM, all that's on your dashboard. You could take at those numbers, you could get yourself a $500 payout right now. So you are in payment territory. But once your take profit trader dashboard updates, so either tonight or tomorrow morning, it'll tell you exactly. You'll see something like this on your dashboard. It'll show you. You can't totally see it, but it'll that number right there. You want to look, and that tells you available for withdrawal. So you want to pay attention to that number on your dashboard. But if you just made those gains today, then yeah, well, it won't be updated yet. You'll have to wait for it to all update. Jacko, good morning. Mervin, good morning. Does the 15-minute high-low strategy really work? Well, it depends what you mean by work. Does it work consistently? No. Like, in other words, if you're just going to wait for the first 15 minutes to go by, map out the high, map out the low, and then if the price goes up, you buy. If the price goes down, you short. If that's all the brain power you're going to put into it, sure, that works from time to time. But if you think that's going to be a strategy that's viable, that's consistent over a bigger picture, no, trading takes a little bit more than that. Now, you don't want to overcomplicate trading. No need to overcomplicate things, but it's also a little bit more in-depth than that. So does that work? Sure, it can work from time to time. Does that work consistently? Is that going to be some sort of like holy grail strategy where you get to retire from your job and go live on a private island? No. Now, if that's a strategy you want to build from, that's fine. That's a good pillar to build from. That's a good thing to consider. But it will take a little bit more brain power than just, than just buying or shorting, depending on what level it breaks. Ray, bathroom and coffee time. All right, well, hope things go well. Okay, what I was curious about is the disc. Yeah, it will. You'll notice actually it'll be a little different on the pro account. It'll start to show up and say, hey, you're eligible for a payout. This is how much you can pay out. And you'll also notice that your buffer starts to grow. Because right now your trailing drawdown is, well, it's trailing. It's following you up, right? But you'll notice it not only stops following you. In fact, you should see that right now. Your drawdown should be bigger than 1,500. Am I right, SM? So your drawdown's probably right around 2,000, give or take. Is that right, SM? If you were to look at, assuming you have it on your chart, on your accounts tab, not your chart, your accounts tab, it should be your that drawdown number that tells you how much you have left before the account's gone. It should now be right around 2,000. You ever trade futures at night? No, not really. I mean, I have before something crazy is going on, but no. That is the one thing that struggling is not the right word, but one thing I'm learning to deal with. I'm a father of 6 kids. I want to be a good father. I'm trying my best to be a good father. And I can't turn into some sort of like futures trading degen where like I never see my family because I'm sitting up here all the time trading futures. Given the futures market, for those of you that are not aware, is basically open all the time. It closes at 5 p.m. Eastern and then it'll open back up at 6 p.m. Eastern. So during the week, it's closed for 1 hour. So there's there's a legitimate thing that is in my brain where it's like, I wonder what the futures are doing right now. Maybe I should go check it out. Maybe I should go put on some trades. So that's something that, again, I'm not struggling with, but it's a new dynamic. But no, I do not normally trade at night. I try to keep it kind of my normal, my hours were when I did day trading of stocks and options. 1940. Okay, that makes perfect sense. So right now you would be eligible for $440. So you are eligible for a $440 payout, SM, which is amazing. Amazing. So you've now entered into that territory of, do you want to pay yourself, or do you want to grow that number? Do you want to grow that 1940? And that is where the great debate starts. But yes, you have officially entered into payout territory. That's very cool, SM. Awesome. Well done to you. Yep. Sean, we're watching. You're short right now at 680. Got his stop up here at essentially the highs. What are your thoughts on trading during 6 p.m. during Asian Open? I don't know, Mervin. You can give it a try. I have no idea what your strategy is. I have no idea what kind of price action you want. And like I said, I'm not looking. I'm not very familiar with what the market's doing at 6 p.m. I am off trying to be, trying to be a dad. Not always perfect at it. I confess, once in a while I'll sneak up here to my office and kind of peek at the futures markets. But yes, I also try to make a conscious effort to just, hey, trading will be there tomorrow. Yeah, to try not to be greedy, have a good balance between family. Yeah. Yep. But that is an interesting dynamic that I'm still getting used to a little bit with the futures market being open as much as it is. Hey, I have not asked yet, but if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. The like button is very, very important. It dictates just how long the live streams go. As long as I know people are interested, I'll keep live streaming. But the only way I know how to gauge people's interest is via the like button. So if you are enjoying, or if you know that you are going to be enjoying because you've been here before, friendly reminder, hit that like button. Let's try to drive this thing up to 50 likes sooner than later here. Hey, Travis, good morning. Or Benito. Hey, guys, I remember you showed up yesterday. I can't remember exactly. You asked I can't remember, Orvent. But yes, good to see you back. All right, I am thinking about potentially buying a break of this area. We have now a channel pattern, but within the channel pattern, noticing we have what I would consider a little ascending triangle. So maybe I will try an ascending triangle break here. So green line is my entry. And let's see if this wants to break out or if I'm about to get suckered in and then have it plunge right back down. Hello, first I'm here. Hello, Sun God. Again, looking to try to play ascending triangle breakout. There's the trend line up. Here's the area of resistance. So there is the ascending triangle. Got a nice little stop. I'd love it if this came up and broke because then I can put my stop right there. Very tight little breakout or get out stop. Boo, good morning. That's the same place where I would enter. Oh boy. Should I cancel that or should I go short there? I don't know. Actually, I'm going to put this trend line in place here. So again, that green line up there is me looking to get long. Hey, Mervin, I do offer a big training mentorship program. So those sorts of questions, very good questions, but that's a little bit outside of the scope of this. I can't turn this into a one-on-one coaching session for you, Mervin. But yeah, if you're interested, you can go to claytrader.com. I do offer, like I said, a coaching, mentorship, training, whatever you want to call it. There. So good questions, but like I said, bit outside of the scope of the purpose of this live webinar. All right, we're good. Okay, I'm in. Good job, Steven. Next time, just say you passed the 100K account. We don't. I know you meant nothing malicious, but you named somebody that I'm not a fan of. So that's why I deleted that out. But good job, Steven. Good job passing your test account. And I'm in. My entry point is at that blue line. Hey, Labradabra, good morning. So let's see if this ascending triangle wants to get some follow through. This ascending triangle breakout, first profit target right there. Put another one out there right there. Throw a couple of MNQs and let this grind work for you. I'm in right now with MNQs. I'm already in, Michelle. Trying to let it work for me. Trying to let this ascending triangle give me some butter. Right now it's being stubborn though. But yep, we're going to see if we can get a little bit of a grindy grind going. I may look to add some more down here and then have a stop somewhere below the trend line there, but we'll see. We'll see. Out of time. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. But something is going on where Sean is out of time. Hopefully that's not like a bathroom reference, right? Hopefully you didn't run out of time to make it to the bathroom. Well, in my ideal world, like probably every ideal world, when it breaks a pattern, you just, in your preferable world, you just want to see it break and get going right away. But unfortunately, that's not always necessarily the real world of things. Sometimes you just gotta wait and see if a breakout does ultimately want to give you some upside pressure. And that's what we have here. So just trying to be patient, trying to see if we do want to get some follow through here. Blue line is my entry price. Those couple red lines up above are my initial 2 profit targets. Hey, Ace, good to see you. So we'll see if it wants to. Oh, come on. Fill me. There we go. We'll take that. Can you give me one more? Fill me up there. Come on. Little bit more of a push. So still could be a losing trade, but it'll be less because I was at least able to get 1 profit target out, and now my position size is smaller. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit more. Push, push. Yeah, this is the 2-minute, but I'm using other time frames too. When I tilt my head and look over here, I'm not looking like out a window. I have another monitor right here with other time frames. Again, this red line here is my second profit target. Trying to be patient, trying to let it get up there. I'm losing my patience though, and I'm wondering if I should just bring it down some to at least just bring out this second one, but I'm going to give it a little bit more time. Hit it. How did you not? There we go. All right. Going to put another target up there, but I will also make sure this is a winning trade. So I'm going to put my stop in green territory now. So this will be a winning trade no matter what. I'm in the sweet spot of trading. The only stress I have right now is how much money am I going to make, right? Because I have no idea how high this is going to go. But I know if I get stopped out, I'm still in the green. So that's a great spot to be in as a trader where your only stress in the world is how much money am I going to make? I'm stressing out about how much. Don't stop me out. Come on. This is what happened yesterday. You going to do it? Or are you really going to stop me out? Wait, what happened there? Did I get longer? That was weird. How did I only make $11 and something happened? How did I only make $11.50 on that? Did I do like a dub? Did I get myself long and then take a little bit of a losing trade on that? You put in a buy. Did I really? So what? Okay, that's so no. I had a buy-in. That. Okay, yeah. I knew something was off there. You bought 3 instead of selling 3. Oh, yeah, and then it went against me a little bit more and then caused a small... Who here was on yesterday's live stream? Does that trade that we just went... Minus the error. Does that trade not remind you exactly of what happened to me several times yesterday? Give me a 1. If you were here yesterday and like you just had a case of deja vu. Hey, good job, Sniper Kills. You got, all right. It's going to be one of those days, huh, market? We're going to do this again? Huh? I know. Well, why did you move your stop up so tight? You have to keep in mind that when I move my stop, the price was all the way up here, and I moved my stop basically right there. So implying that the price would have had to drop all the way down here just stop me out. It's not like the price got right here, and I'm like, all right, well, let me put my stop right here. No, the price was here, and I put my stop like down there. And it still came down, took me out to then just booyah. Well, anybody that played the ascending triangle breakout and managed it better than I did, congratulations, you're getting paid. But I am on definitely tilt watch right now. That is frustrating. And this means a little bit more if you were on yesterday's live stream. That's what happened to me several times. Now, today I had the nice little salt in the wounds that I messed up my order, so I only made 11 bucks on it, but yeah. Did anybody take the ascending triangle breakout? Did anybody take that trade? That'd make me feel better. If somebody took it and is maybe still in it. At least I can trade vicariously through you. Teaching the power of a pullback, creating flexibility in trading. I can tell how many times I turned to. Yeah, Michael, cool. You did 6 NQ? Okay. Are you still in it? 1,100 profit. Good job. Good job. I got some of it. Good, Mike. Happy to hear that. Yeah, I don't know what to do. My confidence is shot. Not in the sense of being able to find winning trades. I can find winning trades, but I just can't. Like you said, this same exact type of trade happened like, I don't know, 2 or 3 times yesterday where I'd get in, I'd get some profit targets hit, and then it's like, okay, let's let this thing work for me, and let's capture more of a move. And then just time after time after time. Again, this is with me giving it plenty of wiggle room. Comes down, hits me, and then just goes up. Well, the monthly fee is only a monthly fee during the test. That's why, Mervin, that's why I say pass it within a month. That's why I recommend passing your prop firm within 1 month, because then that monthly fee goes away. What rules are you confused about? It's very straightforward from the rule standpoint. Time to full part. Oh, and who was it? Sean. I don't know what Sean meant by out of time, but hopefully, Sean, good try. Hopefully you honored your stop up there. Yeah, Evil Shadex. I had a couple test accounts get cooked on the V shape this morning. This right here, I was quite bearish on, and yeah, there were some casualties. Yes, Mervin. Yep, that's it. Well, and then there is also a 50% consistency rule. Oh, I don't think I ever fixed this. Nope. And then this is the other key rule that so if you're doing 50K, 50% consistency rule, and this is only during the test phase, but whatever your target is, you're only allowed to make 50% of that in a day. And they're just doing that to prevent you from YOLOing, getting lucky, and then saying, oh, look, I passed. It's like, okay, well, you didn't really prove that you know what you're doing. You just proved you could YOLO and get lucky. So that's the other rule is, yeah, 50% consistency rule, meaning just only during the test phase you can make 50% of that amount. But again, this amount goes away. After you've passed the test, it goes away, which is why, like I said, I encourage people, aim to get done within a month so that you only have to pay this once. But yeah, but besides that, out of time, meaning I cut the trade. Oh, gotcha. Bruce V, take profit trader rules are much easier than any other prop firm. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, I definitely think the action has been pretty weird. Yep. Well, not weird, just difficult. I don't want to say weird. I just have struggled with. Now, the morning sessions I've been doing pretty good with. This morning session, like I said, was definitely a mixed bag. But yesterday, the afternoon session during the live stream, I don't know why I'm shocked by this. I've always said I'm not a good late morning, afternoon trader, which is why I've never done it. And why I do it in a very conservative fashion when I'm on the live stream, just because I'm not good at it. So I guess I'm not quite sure why I'm so shocked that I can't, capitalize on breakouts like this. But and then Mervin, make sure to use code Clay. Code Clay. Make sure my kids can eat. If you use code Clay, my kids will get to eat actual food tonight, not sticks and branches. Well, I guess sticks and branches. I don't know. Are sticks and branches the same thing? Or are branches bigger than sticks? I don't know. A deep philosophical question. ES is at all-time highs today. Let's look at the ES real quick. Ooh, I see a rising wedge on the ES. Rising wedge being a bearish pattern. Ooh, that's a nasty little bugger. I'd personally be a little careful of getting long on the ES right now. You got the rising wedge, at least on the 2-minute, which is a bearish pattern. Of course, that guarantees nothing, but would I personally have confidence levels going long right now? I'd be a little nervous. Let's go back to the MNQ. Do we have anything like that in the MNQ right now? No, I don't really. I mean, maybe you could try to finagle some sort of rising wedge, but I don't really see it as blatant as that other one. Trading ES today might drop, but you never know. Yep, you never know. That's why I gotta use a stop loss. For that very reason, you never know. There are no guarantees. Branches grow sticks. Stick baby branch. Okay, that seems within the realm of reason. I'm not gonna push back against that one. $5-minute. Okay, yeah. 5-minute, definitely with if that candle finishes looking anything similar to that, I'm definitely going to be sitting on the sidelines from the bullish stand for now. Maybe a buy to the pullback here at the overnight high, that pink line, but yeah. Going long up here, especially like I said, if this candle closes the way it does, no thank you. No thank you. I'll pass on that general idea for now. Is your risk and position size consistent on all trades? No. Nope. Especially in the world of prop firms. Prop firms, I'm definitely more aggressive on test accounts than I am with my pro accounts. So that is kind of a different layer that exists within prop firm trading is, yeah, sometimes you're going to be taking on way more risk, but it's way more, I don't even know how to design. It's it's way more risk in some ways, but it's less risk because it's not like if the risk blows up in your face, you just lost a pro account. I don't know if that makes it. Some of that stuff, I'm not quite sure how to explain it. You almost just have to get into the prop firm world to start to understand, like, develop your own strategies. Like, okay, yeah, I am going to take on more risk. I am going to get more aggressive because it's a prop firm. So yes, I'm taking on more risk, but not the risk like a straight up monetary risk. It's more so just the risk of the account itself. Hey, Johnny, I won't ban you, but you got to make me a promise. When you finally get crushed, when your hot streak ends, are you going to come here and tell us about that? Are you one of these guys that's only going to come here and flap your lips because you're currently on a bit of a gambling win streak? And I say that because when you're going all in something, that is just a gamble. So if you promise, I'll take you at your word. If you promise to come back and tell us how bad it gets, when it gets bad, because that's going to happen. There's no question about that. Do you promise to come back and report that? Or are you going to be one of these guys that just disappears, we never see you again because you're not going to be man enough? Okay, then I will not ban you. I'll take you at your word. I was just thinking it's been a minute. Oh, by the way, so here's somebody right here, Johnny. I know you're not going to listen, Johnny, but for anybody else, quick recap, Johnny is a small cap gambler. I tried to show him the math. Well, I did show him the math. He doesn't want to listen. But right here we have somebody that is the opposite of Johnny. Johnny is stubborn in his ways. He doesn't want to listen to anybody. But here we have somebody that actually was open enough to listen. How open? Dude's been trading small caps for 28 years, but he was still like, Clay, I'm not an egomaniac. I'm willing to listen to other people. Let me go and try futures. And then this was his report back. Have traded small cap stocks for 28 years, and futures are by far the best way to go. Yes, because futures make small caps, make low floats look like paint drying. So right there, to any of you that are small cap traders, I'm telling you right now, if you day trade futures, day trading futures is going to rock your world in a good way. I can't get in touch. Do you have... no, I don't believe I have a phone number. Huda Lilith, missed the buy, waiting for a pullback to long. Oh, wait, I did say I'd be interested in buying down around here, didn't I? Whoops. Let's look at the ES. Did the rising wedge strike? Oh, there's the rising wedge. Oh, you gotta love charts, folks. You gotta love charts, folks. Are charts perfect? No. Are charts the holy grail? No. But are charts some sort of black magic that has zero credibility, that has zero use? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And you just saw it all right here. Called out the rising wedge, said, no, I'm not really, I would not be interested in buying. And just like that, the rising wedge plays out beautifully like my face. Unbelievable. There it is. There it is. The power of charts. Yes, why is this guy getting so amped up about stupid bars on a screen? Because I'm a nerd. I'm a chart nerd. I love me some charts. There it is, right there. Boom. The rising wedge. Always keep an eye out for that rising wedge. Some people clean up on small... Oh my goodness. Well, to be fair to you, sports clips, I don't recognize your name. The argument that I preach around here, the strategy, is this right here. Pam's plan. To day trade futures through a prop firm. The argument is this. If you want to day trade the most efficiently, the most capital efficient, the most risk efficient, the most just trade the thing that moves the best. If you want to day trade in the most efficient way possible, day trading futures through a prop firm is the best way to do it. Mathematically provable. The claim is not, hey, Pam's plan is the only way to make money. That's not the claim. So your point about, well, some people make money day trading small caps. Yeah, that's not the claim. I'm not saying you can't make money day trading small caps or options or Forex or crypto. All I'm saying is you are working inefficiently. You're working harder, not smarter. Again, all mathematically provable, which I showed, I already forgot his name. What was his name? Johnny. As I showed Johnny a couple days ago, I showed him the math. I was like, give me your best ever. winning small cap trade. He gave it, and then I made it look like peanuts because I showed that he took on way too much risk for way less money, and he needed an epic move to make that money. But like I said, some people they're very hard-headed and stubborn, and they don't want to listen, and that's fine. That's fine. It's some people like that exist in the world, and it is what it is. But no, sports clips. I'm not saying you can't make money day trading those other things. I am saying that if you want to day trade most efficiently, day trading crypto through a prop firm is where it's at. Well, I am glad. See, that just shows I am on the struggle bus today. What did I say? I was like, I might be interested in buying a pullback to right there. That would have been a losing trade. I think, yeah. Even if I said, well, I would have done a scalpy scalp. No. Even if I was looking for a scalpy scalp, not even enough room in there for that. That would have just flat out been a losing trade. So if you are thinking of puppet trading me, first off, never puppet trade anybody. But definitely don't puppet trade me today, okay? We might be back to opposite of Clay Day. Whatever I do here on the live stream, if you want to make money, do the opposite. Do the opposite. Ooh, nice hammer. Look right where it bounced, right off that dotted brown line, which is a pivot point, and then right off the purple line right there, which is the 50-period moving average. This is the 5-minute time frame we're looking at. Now we're here on the 2-minute. So I'd like to play this hammer, but you can't really put the stop below the low because the stop below the low all of a sudden puts your stop right above the VWAP. But if you put your stop down below VWAP and you're buying up here, that's a pretty big risk profile, a bigger one that I'm wanting to take. So, but if this wants to come down here to VWAP and then start to head back up, I would be willing to take that trade because I can get a better risk profile. But again, if I go long right here, it makes no sense to put my stop below that low because now my stop is above VWAP, which is a very stupid spot to put a stop for a long-sided trade. So you'd want to be below VWAP, but if I go below VWAP, now I got just too big of a risk profile than I actually want to do. So the darn VWAP right there is throwing off my ability to take any sort of valid trade right now. Hey, Joshua. Showed up a little bit earlier today. Good to see you. Quick 442 off the short. Good job. It's the walk. Oh, you're off today. Nice. What do you do if you want to share? I realize it's none of my business, so feel free to say, hey, mind your own business, boy. I won't be offended. Sold 3 at 603. Oh, I'm assuming that means he got short at 603. Dang. Good job. You're a teacher. So what were you doing yesterday? Because I assume it's summer break. Or are you teaching summer school? I do a lot of studies. I don't know what that means. What do you mean? What do you mean you do studies? Tradovate is put me in a trade I did not place and got my TBT account to say, what do you mean Tradovate put you in a trade? Like you were just, are you telling me that you're just sitting here and then all of a sudden like your hands weren't by the keyboard, they weren't by your mouse, and all of a sudden you were in a trade? Is that what you're saying, Godzilla? Kong? Like there no cat walked across your keyboard, no little kid walked up and their hand, reached on the desk and started, nothing like that. You were literally just sitting there. Nothing was on your keyboard. Yeah, I think Fairchild might have nailed what happened. So I will cite my source as Fairchild, but I'd agree with Fairchild. Are you sure you didn't have a former order out there that you forgot to cancel? That would be my guess. That you, and it's happened to me before, where you don't hit the gray button. This is important, the gray button, which cancels all your orders. Are you sure you didn't quite put something out there and then you forgot about it and then it got filled and then you got roasted? It's happened to me. It's happened to me. I think that's probably what happened. You don't really need level 2. Well, it's not level 2s in futures. It's this right here. It's called the DOM, the DOM. And the platform that I'm using is right here. So step 1, Mervin, you'll select your purchasing power that you want. And then after that, it'll ask for your platform. The one that I'm using here is Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create a separate account with them. Don't do that. You get to skip that annoying step because the prop firm Take Profit Trader is going to go create the account for you, and then they'll send you login information. And then at that point, you go to Tradeovate and log in. And then if you're curious on how to set it up, I do offer this video right here about what how I make it look like what you see on the screen here. Not that my setup is how you have to set it up, but this would at least give you a framework to which you can kind of work from. I love getting roasted. Well, if you do, just use code Clay. If you like getting yourself roasted, code Clay. Sounds like you'll be buy after bounce from support area. Stop below low, aim for. All right, Carbon. See, right now that's still a little too broad. Because you say bounce from support. Well, where are you defining support at? Set stop just below low. Well, how are you defining just below? That is why I'm always harping numbers. Give numbers. Numbers kill ambiguity. Numbers kill gray area. Numbers make things very black and white. Because when you say just below the low, you're opening up your mind to kind of hindsight trade it to, oh yeah, no, I wouldn't have stopped out there. It wasn't enough below. But if you just give yourself numbers, no more gray. So I'd encourage you, Carbon, to take your broad statements and then assign numbers to each and every one of those spots. And then there'll be no option for you to kind of, because the brain's going to, oh yeah, I would have done that. Oh yeah, that's where I would have been. And you're going to potentially walk away thinking you're a better trader than you actually are. So if you want the most honest feedback of a trade plan, you got to give numbers. You can't just say stuff, well, I'm going to set my stop just below. What is just below? That's a broad statement. Just give a number, and then there's no more gray. No, took trade mode off. I don't know what that means. I will just say this, Godzilla King. I have never, ever heard of of a platform just randomly buying. What I have heard of many times before, including myself, is people throw orders out there, and then they forget to cancel them. They forget to click this button, and then they come back, and they're in a trade, or they got in the trade, and then they got roasted. Or I've had some situations. It's happened to me several times. But I've also had one where I come back and I was up a really big amount because I got filled and it actually went in my favor, and I came back like the next day. So, like I said, I've never heard of a single person where quite literally the platform just puts you in something out of nowhere. But I have heard a whole lot. In fact, a lot of people in here have already said that they've done it too, where they forgot to cancel an order and then that order gets filled. If you have multiple tabs, the gray button is for that tab only. Order could have been in another tab. Oh yeah, that's good point. Good point. Something else to consider. Yeah. NAS thoughts. What is the NAS? The NASDAQ? Oh, get rid of that. And I might be a little early on this, so if you're like, Clay, that's the dumbest trend line I've ever seen, hey, I hear you. Maybe I should let this develop a little bit more, but I'm going to just throw all that out there for my own curiosity's sake. Have you been following TMC at all? No, I trade futures, so I don't follow any stocks or anything like that. Day trading stocks, I used to, but day trading stocks is pure and utter garbage compared to futures. I mean, futures, I've heard it many times over the years, and it was my case. If you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually become a day trader of futures, because futures they're just better. They just move better. They're smoother. The way the point system works, gains add up that much quicker. Granted, that's a two-sided coin, which is you better be managing risk. But yeah, so I don't pay attention to stock. I invest in stocks, but besides that, I'm a day trader, and in the category of day trading, Pam's plant is where it's at. Day trading futures through a prop firm. Mathematically verifiable. That's what I like about it. It's just, I feel bad, but it's also fun. These are futures you are trading, correct. Where people come up and, you know, that, and usually it's the small cap, it's the options traders. And they're like, I'm like, okay, well, give me your best trade ever. But fair warning, I'm going to rain on your results. I'm going to rain on your parade. So, you know, they'll give them, and then it's just like, you know, it's just, it never turns out well. I feel bad to us in a sense, but I don't feel bad because I give them a warning. Like, whatever results you give me, I'm about to make look kind of silly, kind of like not good. Because usually people are like, well, I put, you know, $15,000 in this thing. I'm like, okay, well, for $15,000, you could have gotten, and you could have done easily 5 150K accounts, copy traded them. Your total risk, your total cost would have been $1,260, and you could have made like triple what you just bragged about here. When again, your risk was quite literally only $1,260. So instead of your risk being potentially $5,000, because just because you put $15,000 into something, that doesn't mean that you have $15,000 at risk, because it's not like the price could just drop to zero in the blink of an eye. But if you got $15,000 in something, I mean, you could very, very realistically, you know, have $3,000 to $5,000 at risk. Yet, you know, putting that sort of money at risk to make less money than you look at, you know, the prop firm with futures and the copy trading. And the only reason I do copy trading is because these people, the amounts that they're putting in there, they could clearly afford to buy 5 accounts and then copy trade those accounts. So yes, it's, how did I get on that top? Oh yeah, somebody asked me about TMC. But no, Sean, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Sane? But no, I don't follow TMC. I don't follow stocks anymore. But Clay, you do the top 10 stocks at the end of every day. I do, but I have evil intentions with that. My evil intentions, I'm trying to bring people in the stock world, the small cap world, the options world. I'm trying to make them aware of the live stream so they stop by and then they witness futures. They hear me talk about Pam's plant because I believe Pam's plant to be a good idea. I think, and I've yet to have anybody tell me how Pam's plan is a bad idea, because it's hard to refute the math of it. But yes, that is why I still do my top 10 stocks at the end of every day. I'm just an evil businessman. I'm trying to bring people in so I can say, hey, there is a more efficient way to go about your day trading if you're interested. Could you elaborate more on why you prefer futures? Futures they just move way better. And then when you do it through a prop firm, your risk is very, very minimal. But yeah, this is the quick elaboration right here. This is what I argue here. Pam's plant. Pam's is the argument for why you should day trade futures. And then plant is the argument for why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. And then, like I was just talking about there, with the copy trading, you know, that's the nuclear explosion growth, because you can copy trade up to 5 accounts. So if you make one trade for $1,000, but you copied it to your 4 other accounts, well, you just made that $1,000 trade actually 5 times. So now you walk away with $5,000. So now, of course, that's a two-sided coin. If you make really dumb decisions, you'd be copying those dumb decisions to other accounts. But that is why I prefer not only futures, but futures through a prop firm. And then for any, you know, options day traders out there, the big one for you, I would say, is this right there. If theta drives you insane, if you can't stand theta, then guess what? Not only do futures move better than options anyways, but futures don't have theta. So, I mean, so that would be why. That would be why. In a nutshell. What statistics do you track at the end of the profits and losses? Hey, Mervin, you're kind of starting to turn this into like a one-on-one coaching session. So I'll be honest, I've been scarred by a couple of people. One sticks out as Sergio. Sergio asked a ton of questions, and I don't necessarily have a problem with a ton of questions. But when I take the time to answer question after question and show stuff, and then ultimately I find out that you just casted everything aside, it's a mental drainer for me. It's discouraging, because here I sit here and I think, wow, So I just spent a bunch of my time from, taking away. I could have maybe addressed other people's questions in the chat. I'm taking time away from my family. I'm pouring all this stuff into this person, and then they just, whatever. See it away. So I'm not saying you're a Sergio. I'm just explaining why I kind of have built up resentment towards, and I kind of start to map out like a line in the sand where it's like at some point you got to just either make a move, get my mentorship, or not, or just start with Pam's plant, and use code Clay. Like at least do something to show that I don't like to be like that. But again, if anybody remember Sergio, and some of you do, it's disheartening. It's disheartening as somebody that wants to help, and when then I make plausible arguments using math and a bunch of other stuff. So I know that's probably not the best attitude on my part, but that's just where the attitude's coming from. I probably need to work on it a little bit, but yeah, Sergio, I got to guard myself against. I got to guard my mental health against Sergios of the world. I'll put it that way. Sounds good, Mervin. Sounds good. Correct. Yes. Yes, Jocko. Theta is the same as time decay. There is no time decay in futures. You are trading contracts in futures. Don't be intimidated by that. But the nice thing for you options traders out there is that these contracts do not have theta. There is no time decay. Bro, you're the first trader I watched back in 2019 when I started trading. Now futures prop firms. Booyah! There we go. Futures prop firms. There we go. That's the ticket. I don't know. He might have been worse. Because I see what you're saying, Red Tiger. It's debatable. But in my mind, it's not totally like a black and white. Sergio, he might have been the worst, actually. Because the other guy, that was more of an annoyance. But Sergio was more of just literally a mental energy, just discouragement. And I don't remember. There was somebody else before Sergio. I don't remember who that was. So I just learned I've got to protect myself against those people. Will we get another spike? I don't know. I'm wondering about maybe a double top here. We'll see. No, Sergio didn't do anything. I wasn't even trying to get him to join the community. But like he just didn't listen to anything. Like he chose the path of just ridiculousness. Hey, there you go, Carbon. That's how you do it right there. That's how you do it. When you give yourself numbers like that, now you can hold yourself accountable. That's how you do it, Carbon. That is a good trade plan. That is how you're going to hold yourself accountable. Well done, sir. Well done. Hey, Anthony. Good morning. All right, let's see. What is this high? 13. Maybe if it wants to come up a little bit more. Again, I'm thinking about maybe a double top. Maybe try a double top trade. So we have top there. Is this top number 2? The nice thing about double tops is you can get yourself very nice risk profiles. Not the most, because technically speaking, sure, I am kind of shorting into this strength right here, but the counterbalance to that is my monetary risk very low. There you go, Carbon. That's good stuff there. Lots of numbers. Going to be very hard for your mind to play what you actually meant, or no, what you would have done. Nope, you're not. Your mind's not going to be able to play those games. Yeah, what Anthony says, exactly. I lost my entire savings of summer trading CFD. Sorry to hear that, but if I remember right, I think your savings was like $50. So it could have been worse. But nonetheless, sorry to hear that. Doggone it. Why didn't I take that double top? I talked myself right out of it. Sold 3, 22, 806. Were these like swing trades or something, Brian? 22, 806. So you got over 100 points? Or am I stupid? $6.08. Oh, all right. We read it SMT. Where's my cursor? There it is. All right. We created a SMT. Oh yeah, we did create a nice sugar mama trap. That's what we just created. The sugar mama trap, the SMT. Is that one of your favorite patterns, the sugar mama trap? You got to be careful of the SMT. By the way, I used to have a sugar mama for 8 months of my life. True story. Greatest 8 months ever. It's amazing. Got married at age 22, so I still had 1 year left of college. My wife got a 2-year degree. So for my final year at Ohio State, when she lived with me down there, she would go to work every day. I would go to class, come back, trade, work on my book business, drink milkshakes every night, gain way more weight than I should have. But I had a sugar mama. So yeah, sugar mamas, if you can pull off that business model, go for it. That is the life. If you can somehow pull it off, that's what I would recommend. Get yourself a sugar mama. Get yourself a sugar mama. Grow some hair. Okay. Right now, a lot of back tests at this trend line. Do we get a back test and go? We will see. We will see. $50 is like kind of big in. Oh, I don't think I knew you're in India. Well, Gallenho, just take it as a learning experience. I know you said you're 16. So the good news is for you to already be interested in the market and trading is amazing. At age 16, I'm jealous. I didn't get it. I don't know. I don't even really learn what the market, anything. I thought it was for dorks until like age, what was that? 22, 22-ish. So you got like a 6-year head start on me. So you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Take it as a learning experience. Still do not like this long. This candle on the 5-minute here and here have me a bit weirded out. So maybe I should not be weirded out at all. That's completely possible, but it just doesn't seem like there's as much of an edge as what I would want to see. How do we gotta talk about hair? That's the one thing, and maybe I'm biased because yeah, I get it. Like I'm aware, but like I don't know. Like if I walked up and if I walked up to a white person and started like ragging on him for being white, it'd be like okay, that's just stupid, right? Because obviously nobody controlled if they're white. Same with like the hair thing. Like I get it. Like what is it? I think it's your mom's side. So if your mom's dad has, we'll call it hair issues, well then the guy will have hair. So yes, my mom's dad, so my grandpa on my mom's side, yeah. So like I don't know, like when people go at people's hair, it's just like, do you go up to like, I don't know, white people, Mexican people, Asian people, and be like, hey, Asian loser. Haha, you're Asian. Haha, you're black. Haha, you're white. Like, no, that is stupid because you're making fun of something that they can't control. Now, if you go up and you're like, hey, fatso. Okay. Maybe, like, if you, when I was fat and you called up and was like, hey, fat boy, why are you so fat? And again, if you go back on my YouTube channel, I was pretty big. Okay, legitimate. Because that is actually something that I could control. It happened. It is what it is. If you're like, hey, I don't know, you got a bunch of cavities. What's up with you, cavity boy? It's like, okay. That's fair. That can be controlled. Hey, you look like a slob. You got all sorts of beard here. You look like a homeless bum. Okay, fine. That can be controlled. Pull out a shaver, you know? So that's one of those things where I've never quite got that one. Calling a person skinny. I mean, I don't think it should be offensive. If somebody is not, if somebody is unhealthily, I don't think that's a real word, skinny, then they can take care of that. They can eat a couple more chicken breasts, a little bit more broccoli. Anyways, just an interesting little one of our side topics. If you're new to the live stream, yeah, we talk about some random things sometimes. I'm also 41 carbon. I am also 41. We almost hit the pivot. If you're talking about that pivot, I guess it depends on how you define almost. In my mind, I don't know if I'd say that is almost, but to be fair to you, we may have different definitions of almost. Maybe you're talking about a different pivot. Don't call me late for dinner, just saying. Ben Franklin was right, suggesting that the U.S. motto should have been mind your business. Yep. But as always, as is always the case, everything is nuanced. There is always nuance to every little, good sounding slogan. Even Pam's plant, I confess, there's some nuance to Pam's plant. But yes, from a broad, kind of just general rule of thumb, not bad, Ben Franklin. I still like Ben Franklin, penny saved is a penny earned. That's like one of my life mottos. Some may call it me being a cheapskate, but I'm like, hey man, penny saved, penny earned. Well, I don't know if this is going to be some sort of slow, grindy market or what, but it's, I don't know what to think right now. As pathetic as it is, and it is pathetic, I'm still a little bit jaded from this trade right here that you all witnessed. Or not everybody, but if you witnessed that trade, I'll be honest. I know it's sad, it's pathetic. I'm owning it. I'm still a little jaded. So I'm not, I don't want to say trading scared, because I'm not trading scared. I'm trading jaded, if that's a thing. That trade just really irritated me. All right, I'm going to turn on the fan. If you can hear it, and if it makes listening too rough, let me know, and I'll just sweat it out. But the fan is now on, so hopefully, usually the fan's not a big deal, but like I said, let me know if you're hearing anything. One means you hearing something, or one means it's okay. Knock it off, Frank. Don't stress me out like that. Can't even hear it. All good. Can't even. Okay, good. So Gallon Ho, what time? You said you're in India. What time is it in India right now? Right. You know that it doesn't work because the typical jokesters are decrying how their ears are bleeding right now because it's so loud. So must mean that we're good to go. 9:30 p.m. Oh, wow. So you are 7.5 hours ahead of us. So here's just a maybe a random question. But like, and I don't know. But like, when I say Gallon, Pakistan, what do you think? Do you have anything against Pakistan? Because the way I understand it, and again, I could be way off. That's why I'm asking out of pure curiosity. But from my understanding, Pakistan and India kind of don't like each other. Is that true, or is that just like a media thing? But when I say Pakistan, do you have any thoughts on that, or like, what do you learn in school? No, I don't have. Like, are you taught in school that like Pakistan is bad, or how does like what have you learned about Pakistan? It's just a media thing. Yeah, I'm well aware. Like, I have zero. Well, I was gonna say I have zero motive. My only motive is pure curiosity. If anybody else here is in India, feel free to chime in. But so here's also let me. This was still number one thing ever since I started the site. This is the top moment of claytrader.com. Started in 2013. Still my favorite moment. So if anybody's ever heard of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, has anybody ever heard of Make-A-Wish? Give me a one in the chat room if you've heard of Make-A-Wish, the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Has anybody ever heard of Make-A-Wish Foundation? They don't usually talk about Pakistan in school. Okay, so some of you have heard of Make-A-Wish. So Make-A-Wish, it was funny. I thought it was a scam for like the first couple weeks. But somebody from Make-A-Wish reached out. Hey, this kid here, he watched your YouTube videos. He's been going through a bunch of health stuff in the hospital. And he really likes your YouTube channel. He really likes you. His wish is actually he'd like to come meet you, see your office, and hang out. So I was like, okay. So you can see why I would think it's a scam, because I'm like, okay, like I'm just a normal person, but that's cool. Like if I actually impacted somebody that much, that would be cool. So he came, and long story short, the reason why this came up is he is from South Korea, but his parents, I think one of them, he has dual citizenship. And so we were talking about him or talking to him, and he was just saying how I said to him, so are you like terrified of North Korea? Like, living in South Korea, are you just like waiting for the day North Korea just comes at you, starts launching who knows what at you? Like how scary is it when you live so close to North Korea? And he's like, we don't care about North Korea. He's like, nobody worries about that. And I'm like, really? Man, the way the American media portrays it, or at least the way I took it, was that North Korea and South Korea like despise each other. South Korea is always like, North Korea is always on the verge. Are they going to go and attack South? Like that's the vibe I always got. He's just like, no. And he's like, but here's the other thing. He's like, in South Korea, they make America sound like it's the Wild West, and if you walk out your door, you're gonna get shot. Like if you leave your house, you're probably gonna get shot. Like, and he's like, but then you live here, and you're like, well, yeah, there's stuff that happens, but like, is it anything like their media makes America out to be? No. So it was just funny how, and that's why I find this stuff interesting too, because yeah, you can have a direct dialogue with somebody from India. And I can ask those questions. Hey, so what do you actually think about Pakistan? Here we have somebody saying, I don't care, like, whatever. But it's just interesting how the media, almost like they like to press on certain, they like to form certain narratives that maybe get more clicks, stuff like that. I know, Noki, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, he said my YouTube videos, all that stuff really helped him going through he went through a bunch of tough stuff. Bunch of tough stuff in the hospital. But yeah, he was so yeah, I'm just as shocked as you are. But anyways, that was just that sparked my mind about how we all think South Korea is terrified of North Korea, and they're like, what? And then South Korea thinks that, like, if you leave your house in America, odds are you're going to get shot. So we did go right up there to that pivot point, and now we're kind of consolidating right below it. So we'll see if we get maybe some sort of bull flag, something like that, and then maybe give a breakout a try. But let's see. Whoops. But let's see how it wants to behave. Maybe even a little bit of a pullback here. So if I'm getting ready to buy a pullback, odds are the track record suggests that it's going to be this sort of pullback, just as an FYI. Fair warning. That's probably where we're headed if I buy this pullback. That's the kind of afternoon trading I've had over the past couple of days. We'll see if it wants to oh crap. Oh no. Oh, I bought NQ. Oh boy. Not what I meant to do. This just, oh brother. We'll see if we can get a bit of a bounce. I meant to buy 5 MNQ and I bought 5 NQ. If you don't know what that means because you're new to futures, NQ moves a whole lot quicker than MNQ. And I don't think the entry point was terrible, so I'm going to give it a chance, but this is not at all what I was wanting to do. Why didn't somebody tell me I was on NQ? When it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. Blue line is my entry point. Come on, bounce, little buddy. All right, I'm out. I can't be a greedy savage on that one. Now it'll probably go to the moon now that I'm out. But I can't risk it with the. I am here at 11 a.m. How long do I go? That all just depends on the interest levels. You rode it up to the pivot. Yes, it did hit the pivot. Yep. Good job. Good job, XO 7. Oh, man. Okay, let's just get off NQ. Goodness. This is a rough one, folks. This is, so if you're not here for my first trade, it was actually, I mean, it was not a terrible trade. But I did something wrong. I I added more to the position when I was supposed to be stopping out. So I took what was actually a very respectable trade down to $11.50. So that kind of shows how good of a trade it was, because even with my ear, I did still land in the green, but that one should have been greener. So that was a misclick. And then right here was another. So I am 2 for 2 on trades in terms of misclicks. And right now, for my own sanity's sake, I want to see this continue to pull back, because then I'll feel very grateful. I'll feel very good that I took the little green when I could get it. But yeah, if this thing all of a sudden goes boom, I'm going to be going ba-bam in a bad way. But nice little bull flag, though. You got to give credit where credit's due. We now, with this pullback, and then if I take that up right there, bull flag pattern. So we do have a bull flag. What's it? This right here, these are my NQ results in this account. This right here is my MNQ results. So same account, those are just the two different types of contracts that I trade. NQ and MNQ. I think that flag's worth mapping out here. Let's keep an eye on this trend line here. And yeah, let's put in the lower part of the trend line too. So bull pennant, bull flag, but there we go. There we go. Do I want to try to play that breakout? Trade value could add a trade lockout option. Yeah, that'd be interesting. My one worry, my one hesitation is if you buy the breakout, then you're also basically saying, you know, so what I'm saying is I could see myself buying the breakout, having it come up to that white line, and then get smacked back down. Because not only is the white line the high of the day, it's also, you can't see it, but it's also that pivot point. So is this going to be, I mean, I guess you could scalp it. For a scalpy scalp, buy here, look to try to get out here, but continuation, I could also see that. Again, not guaranteed. The price maybe comes up here and blows through that like a warm knife through butter, but when it just comes back to those edges, does it feel like you have a great edge? Not really, because of that pivot point up there. So I'm just going to sit back and observe for those reasons, and we'll see. Yeah, that pivot point is kind of raining on the parade right now of this pattern right here. But I would not call you crazy if you just decide to deal with that. Well, no, Clay, I'm looking to scalp. I'm looking to, maybe buy a breakout here and then just scalp right up there. I'm going for, 10 points, give or take. Okay, I can see that logic, but yeah, right now, we'll just kind of have to see how it behaves within the pattern here. Again, I'm quite happy that did not go kaboom, because then I'd be really regretting. Typical. I get the NQs and I get myself out too soon. But right now, I'm very glad that I just took the green when I could on the NQs. But now I'm all paranoid. Yes, I am on the MNQ tab now. That's good. That's where I want to be. All right, well, we'll see if it wants to keep on coming down or not. But we are just right. But yeah, we're basically right in the middle here of this bull pennant, bull flag pattern. Now, on the flip side, I'd be very careful with the attitude of, I'm going to short a breakdown to this pattern. I mean, okay, but keep in mind, not that far below the pattern, you have the 21 EMA, which already has a track record both there and there of providing bounces. Again, that's not to say that it will, again, for sure provide a bounce. There's no guarantees, but it goes back to the idea of, is there an edge? Or do you see some problem areas, some things that could kind of rain on your parade? And again, a short to the downside of that trend line, that 21 EMA could, again, not guaranteed to rain on your parade, but it very well could rain on your parade. Do you have a daily profit target? No, I think daily profit targets are the devil. I think monthly targets are a devil. I think any profit target is the devil. I think for me, it plays way too many mind games. Because I'm the guy where if my target is 500 and I get up to 494, I'm out there trying to make $6. Because technically speaking, I didn't hit my goal. To which you may say, well, Clay, but $6, that's close enough. Okay, well, define close enough, What's close enough if your daily target's 500? What would you say is close enough? And I'm asking that as a question to everybody here. If you say, well, Clay, that's kind of stupid. That's ridiculous. Because if your goal is 500 and then you get to 494, I mean, that is close enough. Just don't look at that as you failed. You didn't meet your goal. It's close enough. Okay, fine. Well, then how you define close enough? Okay, within 15%. Okay. So let's do this because I'm not a math genius. 500 times 0.15. Okay, 75. So let's do this. So ready, carbon harmonics? Here we go. So now, quote unquote, close enough is would be 425. So 425, because that's within 15%. That's actually the goal because that is close enough. And now you're sitting at 419. What are you gonna do, carbon? What are you gonna do? You failed. You didn't get even the close enough. You're gonna go out there and look for $6 more. What are you going to do? You're going to out there start searching for that $6 trade? No? Okay, so you're just going to accept that you failed on the day. Failure. Did not hit your goal. Didn't even hit the close enough goal. Man, that's a buzzkill. Nobody likes to not meet your goals. Always a buzzkill when you don't hit the goal. So back to your question, Raphael. That's why their profit targets are no good. Because even if you're like, well, it's close enough. Well, yeah, then you have this problem. Well, what happens if you don't quite hit your close enough goal? And then you're right back to, are you out there forcing dumb trades? Are you doing a bunch of stupid stuff because you didn't meet your goal? You failed? So I just say my goal is to trade good setups. And that's it. Trade good setups, manage risk. That is my goal. Well said, Get Rich Slow. Best daily trading goal, follow your trading plan each day. Correct. Yep. So that's just my opinion on the matter. Some may disagree and think, no, I think a daily goal is good. I think a weekly goal is good. I think a monthly goal is good. I don't think so. For me, I've seen that do more harm than good. Too many psychological games. This is looking interesting, but again, I mean, it's earlier we had this VWAP that kind of messed up, or was it? No, I think it was on this movement right here. Yeah, the VWAP kind of messed up my long-sided trade. And right now, the upper pivot point and high is kind of messing up my trade. No, I like that. That's a very good mental. Yeah. That is just a little bit, small pointer to anybody that chats in a live chat. The more specific you can be, the better. Because I am talking, there's a delay. I'm saying a million things. I'm asking a bunch of questions. So when you speak broadly, like when you say, no, I like that, that's a very good idea. Define that. Define your terms. Don't say it, because I may have moved on and now I have no idea what it is actually referring to. I realize in your mind you probably just heard it, so now you're responding. But just as a kind of a pointer, the more specific you can be, the better. Because for Spaz World, I don't know what he's talking about right now. No, I like that. That's a very good mental. You got to define that for me. Confidence is key. If you set goals and you don't hit them, then your confidence lowers. All right, well. Leveling out here right above the 21 MA, right at this former breakout point. do like this. I like this little consolidation pattern here. And it's just that pivot point on the 5 minutes. It's kind of raining on my parade in a bit. Do you always stay on track with your? No. I don't have like some sort of ratio that I follow. Like, I'm not that mechanical. And as I was telling somebody earlier, I'm in the prop firm world. So if I'm doing a test account, I am definitely willing to get more risky, get more aggressive. With a test account where it's a pro account, then, you know, that's going to have a different kind of flavor to things too. Hey, John, good to see you. All right. We'll see if it wants to push up through there. But like I said, if you were long right now, I would not call you crazy one bit. I'm personally a little bit sketched out by the pivot point. Love that mindset. Book by Tom Huggard, Best Loser Wins. He explains that having a stop loss is important, but he never sets a target price. More moves to break even, and then finds ways to add the big. Yeah. I don't always do that, Matt. But yeah, there's definitely a strategy. And for those on the log stream, you've seen me do it plenty of times. I'm kind of on a cold streak of getting more. But yeah, I like to get a few contracts, throw out a couple profit targets. If I can get those hit, fantastic. And then start to just drag that stop loss up and see what happens. Attaboy, John. As deserved. 5 minute looks sketchy. Well, I don't know about that. I'm not sure what. I mean, yeah, if you're a short, maybe that's looking sketchy. But right now, I mean, it's curling up pretty nice. Came up, pulled back, seems to be curling up. So do you get the breakout? Very well could. So yeah, I guess if you're a short, things might be looking a little sketchy right now. But from the long side, I'm not sure that I see anything that's looking sketchy. Yeah, Carbon, do what works for you. Do what works for you. There is no one size fits all strategy. Not a very good sales pitch, but it's the truth of the matter. If you're trying to sell something, it definitely makes more sense to say, here's the strategy, do it this way. Look at my results, therefore my strategy works, therefore do my strategy. And that's fine. I'm not saying that person's strategy does not work for them, but that's the key for them. You're not them, they aren't you. People have different risk tolerances, people have different personalities, and all that stuff factors into trading. So the best I can do, you know, what are you talking about, Clay? You sell a course. I do. But I really make my life pretty miserable in the sales pitch world because my sales pitch is this. I can teach you the tools. I can teach you how to use the tools. I can teach you the general framework. But as far as what you do within it, that's all on you. That's going to be blood, sweat, and tears on your part. So yes, my pitch is not, hey, just sign up for my stuff and I'll teach you then you don't have to just do my, no. There's only so much I can do. I think I'm a good teacher. I think I can teach you the tools. I think I can teach you the general framework. But the fact of the matter is you still are going to have to put in plenty of effort on your part to fine-tune things, to figure out what exactly works best for you. How do you get past the unrealized profit my hold times? Oh, I can't relate to that, Matt. My hold times are never, ever close to an hour. My trading in the test and pro accounts, broadly, yeah, sure, sometimes I'm more aggressive in the test accounts, but it's pretty much the same. So yeah, I don't have anything like that. I'm trading pretty much the same. Seems like if you're holding for usually an hour, that you're more like a swing trader. You're like a swing day trader. So you kind of maybe got to become more of a scalper day trader at that point. How many accounts do you have right now? First off, congrats on that. I don't think that's a bad idea to always have multiple accounts going, and then ideally you're stockpiling multiple past accounts so that if you have a hiccup with one of your pro accounts, you can just plug one right in and keep on grinding. Yeah, Matt. Yeah, don't go for grand slams. Just be a little bit more scalpy than what you may be be used to. Has anyone ever mistaken you for Maynard Keenan? Maybe. I don't know who that is, though. This might be a bad idea. Keenan. Who is this dude? Songwriter, Falfest record. No. Can't say anybody's ever mistaken me for them. I'm all about scalpy scalp. Well, then you'll be just fine. I don't even worry about don't psych yourself out by that then. The only time you got to psych yourself up is you're like, all right, I'm getting in here, and the price comes up here, and I'm just gonna hold steady. I'm not gonna move my stop because I want the price to get, I want it to get all the way up here, and then it comes down. That's what can get you in trouble, going for those grand slams. But yeah, I would assume as a scalpy scalp, if that sort of move happens, you're probably already out somewhere right around there. All right, still just waiting to see if this wants to curl back up. But yeah, I just can't do it from the long side. I could be wrong, but this candle here has me sketched out. Now I am definitely in a sit on hands mode. SOH order, because yes, this one right here, that candle with the pivot point up there, has me I gotta just sit and wait and see. But if you see something different, if you're like, what are you talking about, you moron? Get long, then cool. Go for it. I hope it works out for you. I'm not going to call getting along totally crazy. Maybe minorly crazy in my opinion, but like totally degenerate crazy, no sense behind it. No, not even close to that. Hey, JJ. Good to see ya. Relax Ardu. Looks like a cup of handles forming. Matt, thank you. Well, you're welcome, Matt. You're welcome. I don't know, the 2 minute, it looks nice though. It looks very nice. So let me just think. So if I were to get in here, and even if it goes up there and gets rejected, that would still have me plenty in the profit. So I could still try to maybe scale out a couple things right there. I don't know, that 5 minute candle. I think I'm trying to talk myself into a trade right now. I need to just stick with my original instincts and just watch for now. Hey, Subtac, good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Let's see how it behaves at the 21 EMA, the green line right there. If we start to get a nice little bounce off of it. Ooh, okay. I could maybe cook something up here. I'd like to see it come down. Okay, there it was. There it was, right there. There was one of those, I was asking at the very beginning, one of those snappy moves. It was here, and then all of a sudden it was just down there. But I will take this trade because very, very tight risk. So get filled at the green line. I'm risking about 6 points. Okay, I'm in. Let's see if we can get a push to the upside now. If not, oh well. But looking at a nice hammer. Now it's just a question of, does this hammer want to get some more follow through? Let's see. Put my first profit target right there. That's probably why you're struggling, Gallon Hole, because you're using those garbage concepts. And maybe I get stopped out here because I went against my... no, that was good. I like that setup. All right, out. Maybe think about something down here at the purple line. We'll see what happens. Did you lose weight? You look different. I did lose weight, yes. Well, I mean, it's been a long time since I've lost weight, but yes, if you went through the YouTube journey, if you started back like when I first started the YouTube channel in 2013, then yes, you would have seen the transformation. But yes, I have lost weight a long time ago. But yes, from your reference point, I have lost weight. Yes. I've probably lost a little bit more hair too, you know. EMAPBs are my bread and butter. Don't always work, but they work more than not. Hey man. Gallon ho, calm down. Stop yelling at me. I'm going to start crying with your all caps. And it does work most of the time. Well, you know, I've met many traders in my day that have had 90% win rate strategies. The problem is, that is winning most of the time. But when the 10% shows up, they're not profitable. Well, there's the move I was originally looking for, but I didn't get it on this candle, so I was a little bit too soon. I think older folks like us look better a bit chubby with muscle mass. Okay, all right. I know your caps was on. I'm over here crying because you're yelling at me. Why is Galen Ho yelling at me? Well, the struggle bus continues. I was looking for a pop back up, and hey, it's popping back up, but I lost on it. That's the problem with the broad statement, or that's, you know, why broad statements are very risky. Because think about it, from a broad statement standpoint, I was right. This wanted to pull back and then looking for a pop back up. So if I had not made any trades, I could have sat here and said, oh, see, I was right. I would have made money. It pulled back and popped back up. But when you actually assign numbers, when you actually take the trade, it is possible to be right, yet lose money, which is what exactly just happened here. I was just a little bit too early to the party. But it happens. It happens, and you just kind of gotta... You got to roll with the punches. Evil Shaddix got stopped out, yeah. Well, if anybody did recognize something else and was like, no, I'm not going to take it right there. I'm going to wait a little bit more. Congrats to you. You had a better analysis than I did. I also missed that pop. I actually closed it manually instead of letting it hit my... It would have hit my target. Yeah. Kind of a trickier move right there. But just a mere flesh wound. I'll survive. We'll see if I can find anything else. But these past couple of days... So I've never, as I said before... I've never been a really good afternoon trader. Literally the only reason why I'm even at my computer or trading or looking at the market is because I accidentally turned myself into a live stream. And I mean that in the literal sense, accidentally. You can go back and watch the first ever live stream and you'll see that it was a total, just me kind of like, I wonder what is go live? Click on go live. Okay. And then all of a sudden, anyways, it's pretty funny. But yes, I'm not the greatest, never have been the greatest of afternoon trading, which is why you know I don't trade, but I'm still decent enough. But man, the past couple of days it's been like on steroids. Like, not only are you not a good afternoon trader, but the price action, we're just gonna also drive you crazy. It's been a rough go at it. But I don't want to complain too much because my earlier mistake, the market did allow me to get out. I accidentally bought 5 NQ when I went to buy 5 MNQ. But it is what it is. Is anybody long? Like, what are people... I haven't seen too many trade plans today. Carbon's been throwing up a bunch of stuff, but is anybody else, like, in the trade right now, or what are you looking for? I love to see people's trade plans. It's always cool to see, kind of get an idea of what people are looking at. Are a lot of people here just kind of in SOH mode, sit on hands? How did MNQ do when that happened? I don't know what you mean by that. How did MNQ do when that happened? That's what I was talking about earlier, Ray. Like just a pointer from a live streamer to like you in the live chat. The avoid words like this: it, this, that, they. Just specify those terms because I'm saying a bunch of stuff. There's a delay, so I understand from your point of view. You just heard me say something and then you start to respond. But in my world, that was like 4 seconds ago, 3 seconds ago, and I've said a bunch of other stuff. What was the outcome of the M? I got out with like, I don't know, $100. So it did pop up, went a little bit green, and I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. How did MNQ do when you accidentally got in? Well, MNQ and NQ do the same things. Because MNQ and NQ are essentially the same chart. They just, NQ just moves 10 times quicker in the sense of the P&L. That's the only difference. All right, Nathan is long at 610. Stop at break even. All right, he's long at 6. Oh, okay, so he was kind of already in. Close, though, to getting stopped out for break even. Well, I guess that won't be the end of the, could be worse. Not always enjoyable to get stopped out at break even, but I'd rather get stopped out at break even than stopped out for a max loss. You're welcome, Ray. And Nathan is stopped out. Good job, or I'm assuming you stopped out. I'm assuming you were disciplined. There you go. DB Thomas stopped out. Yeah. This is tricky. Makes me feel better. Nathan's a real good trader. So Nathan, well, I lost money. He just broke even on trying to buy this pullback. But yeah, kind of a tricky pullback right now. Right at the 50 period moving average here. Relax Ardu is out. So yeah, it seems like this move right here is toying with quite a few longs out there. Still in, holding to... oh, Joe must have went short. So can you give me a... Carbon, what is your plan right now? Like, can you give it to me like not... Again, I appreciate your like multi-paragraph things, but can you give me like the Cliff Notes version? Like, what's your entry point and where's your stop? And then your target. Those just 3 quick numbers. Boo was stopped out. Come on, Joe Lopez. Hey, I guess to be fair to Joe, did you give us that trade plan ahead of time? Same with you, Brad. Did you guys give us those trade plans ahead of time? You did, Joe? Okay, I must have missed it. Well done, sir. Well done. I'm in stop loss 690. I'm guessing you mean 590. I'm guessing you mean you got in at 600 and your stop loss is at 590. I'm assuming, Mitchell. Or do you mean you got short at 600 and your stop? No, there's no way you have a 90-point stop. Okay, 590. Okay, all right, typo. The good old typo strikes again. Again, for those of you wondering, why am I glancing off into Never Never Land? Because I have another monitor right here, and it's got other time frames that I'm looking at. So that is why. No, I was SOH sitting on hands. Gotcha. Just checking the news headline. Anything dramatic going on in the world today? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of news out there right now. Hey, Trump, can you tweet something? Sit on hands until divergence is my plan. I like it. I like it. Yeah, we're getting some support right now on the 5-minute 21 EMA. So I'm keeping an eye on that dynamic right now, and it's correlating with the 50 period here on the 2-minute. So some nice kind of correlation here. Tesla lost an executive, and AWS lost lead. Yeah, I don't know. To be fair, area man, maybe that stuff affects the futures market. I'm not quite sure. The futures market as a whole really cares that Tesla lost an executive. They might. But now, if Elon, something happens with Elon or Bezos or something like that. Well, Bezos isn't even really in the game anymore, but. The news is paratroopers. What flag's on their shoulder, Alan? That's the key question. Yeah, this really seems like, again, maybe I had some bad Mexican food last night. But my gut is starting to suggest, is this some sort of slow bleed pullback that's going to fall back inside of this pink line here, which was the overnight high? So I'm going to stay away from the long side. Wolverines. What? I'm not... What... Oh, okay, from the movie Red Dawn. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen that one, but I knew enough about it to at least make what somebody was called the Wolverines. Nice, that means go long. Yeah, pretty much. Relax, Ardu. That's exactly what that means. Go long. Why the F have to get approval for futures after level 2 options? Options are so much more well, it sounds like, are you trying to trade futures with your own money? My guess is you must be trying to trade futures with your own money if you're experiencing approval and all that sort of stuff. I will admit, trading futures with your own money gets a little squirrely. Like I was gonna before I was still kind of stubborn, kind of little sketched out about prop firms. So I was looking at Lightspeed, who is my old broker for stocks and options. And when I was looking into their future stuff, they were wanting they were wanting a crazy amount of information. I'm like, what is going on? What? So I realized like one little isolated thing, but yeah, I don't know. Futures gets a little squirrely if you're going to use your own money. Okay, well, I would suggest that you just what country are you in? Let's make sure. I don't want to lead you down a path that's not even or possible. Is the chart from MNQ or TradingView and yours different? No, I don't think any charts are different. This chart here is on Tradovate. Thank God, Charles Schwab. Okay, you're in the yes. Well, I would. This isn't usually, but I would recommend this. So you're already wanting to do futures. So I don't really need to do anything in terms of explain why futures are great, which is PAMS. But the argument here that we suggest and that most people do here is day trade futures, but through a prop firm. And while not one of the points, I will say one of the points is there's no like approval process. Like you can trade futures. It is a very, very smooth sign up process because again, you sign up with a prop firm and then the prop firm goes and creates your account with Tradovate. So you may want to just to a workaround to that for you, and you're kind of more of a unique situation, would be just to check out, Take Profit Trader or prop firm and go through them. BXYZ. So if you want to use the prop firm that I'm using that I recommend, then that link up above will take you there. And if you want to support the channel, get the current discount. Discount being 30% off and then 0 activation fee. Use code Clay. But I didn't think about that. I don't know if that's I don't think that's as big of an issue though. So should I try to add in another letter for like hassle-free sign up? But I don't know where do I put an H in? But anyways, like I said, I haven't heard enough people say that. But yes, that is definitely something where the prop firm also gives an advantage. It's a very hassle-free sign up. Yeah, BXYZ, I'll tell you what, it's gonna feel like a scam because you're gonna just sign up and then that's it. And you're gonna be like, wait, what? After what I was just going through there, like that's all I had to do to sign up. Hey, look, hey, relax, Sardu, give me a little credit. I said the Mexican food said, you know what, this seems like it might start to be a slow bleed, and look at this, the slow bleed continues. Oh, good try, Sean. Sean was trying to get short at 610. Unfortunately, it never visited 610 before coming back down. Where's the full book depth? Where's the full book depth? I don't know what you're asking about, Crimper. V. Gabor, we go sell. I don't know. You go with whatever your strategy says you should do. Godzilla, I'm telling you right now what happened. You forgot to cancel an order. That order got filled. But there's no way that your broker all of a sudden like just pressed buttons and threw you into a trade. And you trying to get a hold of Take Profit Trader is this? That would be you should be trying to get a hold of Tradeovate. Come on, Sean. You got to give us the stuff ahead of time, brother. You know the rules here. Come on, man. Ahead of time. Not hindsight, you short at 610. Watch this, Sean. Oh, yeah, Sean. Well, I shorted up there. I shorted it right there, Sean. Come on, man. Sean, we've had a very unique history. Sean was on the cusp of just getting banned, but I was like, let's give it a chance. And then yesterday, Sean and I became best friends. Amazing turn of events. From on the cusp of being banned to now best friends. Well, yeah, no. Well, he gave his plan, but the plan I saw was he wanted to get short at 610. So in my mind, well, he had never gotten filled. But then he's like, wait, no. I shorted the break of 610. I'm like, well, where is that trade plan? Now Sean wrote up. He wrote that he was getting short on the break of 610. I might have missed it, to be fair to Sean. I think we have some. I got to check the news real quick. Let's check the news real quick, folks. So somebody told me about this one. This is a great economic calendar, Forex Factory. So you want to get familiar with the economic calendars. And let's see. We just want what? We just want USD. Oh, okay, cool. What is today's date? What is today? The 26th. Right. Okay. All right. So we just have a speech at 1:15. I guess in theory, maybe that speech causes some volatility, but I think that's kind of a stretch. But again, right here, you need to learn to love this site right here. Forex Factory, and then come up over here. Oh, wait, or come up here, click on that. Assuming you care about the U.S. markets, and then just click that. Or else if you click all these other things, you're going to be getting news from all the other countries. So just unclick all those, and then USD. And then, yeah, you can learn about, what sort of things you got to be paying attention to. Anything on Friday? Ooh! And then red means it could be pretty spicy. So that's going to be a spicy one tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. in the futures market. So if you're a futures trader, be paying attention. 9:15. Okay, there's a couple things. Oh, okay. So inflation, expectations, consumers. So yeah, market will probably care about that to an extent at 10 a.m. tomorrow. But yeah. All right. Well, we have nothing coming here until right here at 1:15 And again, yellow means pretty neutral. Red means a good likelihood that the market's going to care. Orange is kind of like the middle ground. So yes, probably wishful thinking that that this speech is going to generate some better volatility. But I mean, you never know. You never know. But we'll see what happens. Joe Lopez, calm down, Joe Lopez. Godzilla said that his broker just threw him into a trade that he didn't want to be in, and then his account was liquidated. So what we're trying to tell Godzilla is, you left an order out there, because many of us have been there, myself included. You left an order out there. You forgot to press that button right there, which again on Tradeovate, learn to press that button. You can never press it too much. He forgot to cancel an order. He forgot about an order. That order got filled, and then unfortunately it went against him. So that's why I'm telling him he shouldn't even be reaching out to Take Profit Trader anyways. He should be reaching out to Tradeovate. But, I mean, as I was trying to tell Godzilla, I've never heard, ever, about a broker all of a sudden just randomly putting somebody into a trade. Like, you didn't press any buttons, you did nothing, but all of a sudden you're in a trade. I've never heard of that. What I have heard a lot of, though, is that people put orders out there, and then they forget about them. They walk away, they get distracted, they get a phone call, their dog pees on the carpet. I don't know what happens. They got to go rescue a kitten out of a tree, but they get distracted. They leave the order out there, and then the order gets filled. And then sometimes, if it gets filled and keeps going in the opposite direction, then that can create pain. I thought so, Dr. J. I thought there was something else. What? Okay, I talk up Forex Factory. All right, so let me cross-check this with the news that is always posted in our private community. You are right. At noon, there was an auction. Yeah, what's up with that? Why is Forex Factory not telling about the note auctions? Oh, come on. Don't do me like that. I just sit here and talk about how great this site is, and then you left something out. Don't do me like that. Come on. What's your strategy? Spicy orangutans and Mexican mice. That's my strategy. No, my strategy is candlesticks. I'm a candlestick trader. Candlesticks with some support resistance levels. I like a few trend lines, some moving averages, and then I see wherever the wind takes me. Core PCE. I don't know. I think that was a red folder, wasn't it? Yeah, right there. Red. Red means market's probably going to care. Order filled 610 full. All right. Sounds good, Sean. Sounds good. Yeah. Regardless, whatever economic calendar you use, I mean, use whatever one you want, but use an economic calendar. You got to know when certain things are happening. Especially, with Take Profit Trader and a lot of prop firms, they don't want you in during certain news events because it's essentially just a degenerate gamble because the price could spike either way, both ways, and that's not really trading. Big and beautiful event bill at 4 p.m. Eastern. All right, well, that's a bit of ways away and probably irrelevant for I guess some people might still be around at 4 p.m. trying to trade. But I don't know. We're getting a little bit of a bear flag. More of, I guess, a bear pennant here. There's the bear pennant. Still having kind of an overall uptrend, but like I said, I am kind of bearish on this. 605 up to, so yeah, risk another, whoops. All right, in. Let's see if this wants to continue to bleed downwards. First target is that green line, and then I'll be looking for a break of the lows for my next target. Stop loss is up there. So very basic premise. I'm taking a bear pennant breakdown. It either wants to continue or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, it'll be a losing trade. Can you hold through news on take profit? It depends on the news. Some of them, no. They don't want you in a minute before, during, or a minute after. But they email you about those. Ghost orders are real. It happened. I like you, Mikey, but I'm going to have to push back a little bit on that one. That sounds like, yeah. That sounds like, no. Maybe you're right, but I'm looking at that very skeptically. I'll put it that way. I agree, Sean. Drop like a sack of potatoes. Come on, Sean. Me and Sean are in this together. We're both short. I have both accounts, Fazil. And what is your obsession with that question? You've spammed it about 30 times now. To be fair to Fazil, if you have a burning, pressing question, $5 super chats, I'll get to it right away. I'll see it right away. I'll get to it right away. Now, I don't talk about this too often, which is why, I'll be, but like a great way to not get a question answered is to just keep putting it in. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Because that's kind of, it's just, I don't know if that's really good live stream etiquette. It's just like, give the person a chance. And if it's that pressing, then, Today was so easy. ORB worked. Good. I'm glad you had an easy day. I like easy days. Hopefully when the hard days come about, Czar Trader, they don't wipe away your easy days. Okay, I wanted to say thanks for your futures videos from years ago. I dropped options because I'm tired of being right, but still. Exactly, Caleb. That dirty dog theta. Have you done futures yet, Caleb? Thanks for that. Oh, Trader Revolution took the scalp. Maybe I should have scalped it. I chose not to scalp, and maybe that'll be a dumb move. But hey, Trader Revolution, I'm glad you chose to scalp. Right now, it's looking like that was the right move, but we'll see what happens. Just started using Nano Bitcoin to learn. I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean you're using Bitcoin? Are you trading futures, or what exactly is going on? What is Nano Bit? You mean you're using Bitcoin futures? It's gonna go short. Well, how cheap? Like how much? What do you mean it's cheap? Like how cheap? Oh, that'd be a good dog name, Skelpy Skelp. Get over here, Skelpy Skelp. It is rough today. I'm going to try to be patient, though. Going to try to be patient, see if this bear pennant does want to take me to the land of milk and honey. Lots of break-evens for Boo. Yeah, that makes me feel better. I've had, well, this is, we'll see how this trade goes, but oh, was that from a couple? Yeah, that, okay. Yeah, but that was like a huge universal glitch. That, like, everybody was talking. Yeah, I right. Am I right, Mikey? Was this like a few weeks ago? This is like a few weeks ago. Or I don't know. Time flies. Within the past month, probably, Mikey. Frank, excellent. How's your If it don't break right now, the 1 p.m. hourly should reach up a bit here. Okay, well, we'll see. Yeah, okay. So my point here, Mikey, is that everybody was talking about it because it was a universal glitch. Like, you heard all sorts of people with the same complaint. In this situation, we don't have that. Nobody else is complaining about that. The algos are holding it up. Well, then you better get long. If you think the algos are holding it up, you better be long, or you better be getting long. Yeah, that's the point, Mikey. I do agree. If it's a universal glitch, then okay. But like some isolated event, some isolated thing, yeah, probably they just forgot about an order. Short at 610. Algos are selling. That's what I mean. You wanna talk about algos, or we can just say the market makers are selling, or we can just call it supply and demand. Sellers. Right now, the sellers seem to be overwhelming the buyers right now. The supply seems to be overwhelming the demand. And all of a sudden, just like that, the demand showed back up. And it teased me. How did that not fill me? There's my day summarized right there. It basically hits the green line. Clearly, it didn't hit it close enough, and I don't get filled. That is my afternoon summarized. And now I'm going to get there we go. If you've been here since the beginning, if you're in yesterday's live stream, you understand the animation in my voice. That's a perfect summary of how everything's been going. And slippage. What is going on? What? Oh my goodness. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I do have a vacation. I agree. Not this week, or not next week. Let me pull up a calendar. I agree. A vacation would probably be good. Yeah. Yes, the week, let's see, so the week of the 7th through whatever, I will be on vacation. Yeah, that was the auction. Regardless, though, the fact that it came up, but it's more so just it came down, and then this situation couldn't even give me that first profit target. It basically hit it. And relax, Ardu. Please don't call things pips, please. That's giving me nightmares of forex. Ticks. Relax, Ardu. Not pips. This ain't no forex. I'm just kidding. What about Snyder? Snyder said something was 615. Well, whatever 615 was, I think that took out Sean too. Crimper, are you even real? You seem like a bot. You're just making random comments. The algos are selling. A wild buy algo appears. Crimper, if you're real, please type ABC. This is how we've learned if something is a bot or not. If a bot is here, it can actually type ABC. Okay, I assumed you're a bot, so I will go ahead and get you banned then. Let's see. So much for my short. Yeah, yep. It was looking so good. It was right there. I just needed that fry and then shoot. Yeah, the note auction is, I don't know if it's I think it's occurring right now. So And the market recently has cared more so about bonds than normal. I don't know if that's starting to fade away a little bit now at this point, but there were a couple times where bond auctions were, again, normally people are like, bond auction, what is that? Who cares about that? And that is definitely the case the vast majority of the time. But recently, we've had a couple of situations where the market really cared and it created some crazy movement. Clay, right under the price on the chart. Under the price on the chart. This? That, JJ? Is that what you're asking about? Yeah, exactly. MNQ are up 160 points on the day. You're welcome, JJ. I shorted and got profit in 1 minute time frame in trading view, but your chart is going up. I don't know, Gallon Hole. I don't know. I do not know why there'd be that discrepancy. All right, Sean is averaging, building more of a position. This is quite the range down here as I look at the 5 minute. Yeah, right down there. In fact, I'm gonna get that mapped out. I want to keep a close eye on that area. I think that might have some relevance here. Let's get this general area here mapped out. There we go. Yes, I realize we're not really close to it right now, but that general area, I think, could have some relevance here in the sooner than later future. No pun intended. But yeah, I'm a man without a plan up here. I have no idea. Short, long, I don't know. Therefore, deploying the SOH, the sit on hands. The most powerful order in the market. Sometimes you just gotta... Oh, yeah, that's a good eye. Good eye. Whoops. Good eye, good eye. Let's get that in place. I would agree. From there to there. Oh, yeah. That is a super spicy trend line. There we go. We got a super spicy wedge. Are you buying the breakout of it, Nathan, or what? What are we doing here, Nathan? Are we going all in? All in 10 NQs on the break of the wedge? What are we doing here? Uh-oh, his silence. He maybe already went all in. And he got roasted, so now he's searching for a cardboard box. I'm already in off the retest of 610. Nice. Good job. Well, hopefully it keeps on continuing up for you. Well, then there's other people that are short that do not want to see that. I know some people have their stop up at 630. Long for new highs, stop at break even. Good job. I do not really use RSI, nope. How did that ever come out from the falling wedge? Oh man, that was my favorite. That was my favorite part of the stream so far. The falling wedge, just beautiful, beautiful, worked out. This right here is the ES. So yeah, ES is put. Oh, whew. ES has got this tight little coil here. I don't know. Are the markets? Are they just gearing up for a? I might try a rejection off the trend line because I can have such a small stop. So ender short at red line. Stop will be right up there. But it's got to come down to the red line first to fill me. Again, just looking to play a rejection off of the top of the pattern here. But if it wants to break out, there will be no trade. And there it did, pushed up. So yeah, my risk profile a little bit higher than what I'd want it to be now. So never mind. All right, Nathan, there you go. There you go. You shorts. Uh-oh, Andrew. All right, be disciplined, buddy. Looks like Andrew added, built. Oh, he survived, though. So far, he's survived by the skin of his teeth. All right. Did I say Andrew? I meant Sean. I have the crosshair at Sean's stop loss, which was 630. But he survived. By the skin of his teeth, he's still in. Got to think a breakout of highs. Yep, I would agree there. You got to think there's... Because not only is the white line highs, that's a pivot point, too, on the 5-minute. So... exactly, the pivot point. Yeah, it's a double whammy. Highs and the pivot point. Yep. Now, I will say this, as annoying as it is to have that previous trade that I had, where it was oh so close to hitting my first profit target, and then it snapped back against me. Had I gone into degen mode, it would be a very painful situation, because ever since I got stopped out, it's just continued to grind higher and higher. So, if there's one lesson there. All right. Sean, you still got a glimmer of hope. Right now, it's back testing the former breakout area here, but you still got a glimmer of hope. Maybe he can survive the storm. Move my stop, 10 points in the profit. Oh man, that's a good feeling. Worst case for Nathan. Nathan, by the way, is Big Tick Energy. He's a scumbag that changed his name, but I still remember him as Nathan, so I'm calling him Nathan. But Nathan is, worst case for him, 10 points in the green. That's great. Always a good feeling. But then we have another chatter. Sean, his stop is 630. He added several times, so he's, I think, at full position size. So this will, I'm assuming, be not the most pleasant of experiences if he gets stopped out here, but it happens. Can't always be right all the time. Hey, Carbon, have a good one. Hope to see you back another point. Although I think you've been here before. Maybe not. I can't remember. It's getting hard to try to remember everybody and who's been here before and who hasn't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Terrible case of the drawdowns currently. Yeah. Well, you're hanging in there by the skin of your teeth. But I'd be lying if I said I felt super confident this is going to work out. But we'll see. Hey, Caleb, I don't think you ever answered me. You said like this whole Bitcoin, whatever, or this Bitcoin futures is because it's cheap. Like, what is cheap? I may have a cheaper way for you to go about all this in a way smarter way. Yeah, Carbon, well, thanks for being here. Hopefully, we'll see you back for another live stream. Yeah, I agree with that too. I would expect some slippage on your stop, Sean. Maybe you already realized that, given on where it's at. But so far, to be fair to Sean, his stop loss has been right where it's needed to be. It's gotten close, but it's hanging in there. It is hanging in there. So Caleb, do you have real money to trade with? If so, how much real money do you have? Yeah, no, I agree, Sean. 3 points isn't going to crush you. Hey, good to see you, Jeff. Good to see you. And are you trading futures right now with your own money? Is it your own money that's at risk right now, Caleb? Okay, when I say prop firms, have you ever heard of a prop firm before? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't, no, not like this. And you're out. Well, on the bright side, there wasn't crazy slippage. Okay, any reason why you're not using a prop firm to very, very... Oh, there is the bigger move. It's been a crazy day. Let's see. I'm going to try to get short here. See if this was just some big old fake breakout. Yeah, you're using your own money, Caleb? That seems a little backwards. You're risking your own money right now? This is a dangerous trade because my stop is going to be way up there. But in. We'll see if I just got suckered in or not, but that's a lot of selling that just showed up. Aren't most of those accounts 100K plus? Yeah, but you're not. Let's see how this trade goes. Then I can explain a little bit more, Caleb. I don't know, Barry. Where should I put it? Hey, thanks, Caleb. Oh, there we go. Come on. Spike down some more. Don't spike up. It's probably going to spike up against me. That's if today's anything like it's been. Blue line is my entry, so I'm just trying to give it a chance to give me another push to the downside like it just did. I can't even get that. I might be done. I don't know. I'm not going to say I'm for sure done, but this is, I can't do anything. This is just, I don't even know. I don't even know. What am I doing with my life right now? What am I doing with my life? Well, now that I'm out here, it'll probably really flush here. So, get ready. We'll short 620 break. Oh no. Oh, okay. Wow, you almost got locked in right there at the low. I don't think you got hit there though, Sean. Hopefully you didn't get filled there, because if so, you shorted the bottom of that move so far. Hey, oh, thanks, Caleb. Yeah, so Caleb, given you want to do the you want to get into day trading and then futures, you could get into it and day trade in a very safe way for 105, or yeah, you could get 25K in purchasing power for 105 bucks. And that is your ultimate risk. If you violate the rules, the rule being on the 25K purchasing power, if you go and lose 1,500, then they will take the account away from you. That doesn't mean you lost $1,500 though. It just means you lost the cost. You lost the account, meaning the cost of your account was 105. So your all-in risk is $105, which if you have $3,000, that seems like something that, it's 105 bucks. So that is how that would work. And now if you want a little bit more, you could do the 50K, and now all of a sudden, that'd be 119. So that is your ultimate risk. But with this situation, you'd be allowed to lose up to 2,000. So that is how the prop firm works. And well, you know what? I can't play woe is me too much. It's looking like I played that exactly how I should have played it. So irritating once again that I could not get any sort of follow through. That's been my problem. It hasn't been finding winning trades. I've had winning trades. The problem has been I cannot get any sort of follow through to just save my life. It is wild. And right here is the latest example of that. So I'm actually feeling pretty good about how that played out. You don't have to qualify. You can just sign right up. Yep, you just sign right up. And like I said, the vast majority of people, at least in the chat box here, I think, and certainly within my private community, that's what people are doing. We call it Pam's Plant. Day trade futures through a prop firm. So you're already convinced on the powers of day trading futures. I mean, as you said earlier, you're sick and tired of dealing with theta and day trading options. But yeah, it's what I'm doing. Like I said, they're the prop firm that I use. And if you want to support the channel, if you want to get the discounts, Caleb, use code Clay, and that'll give you a 30% off, and then 0 activation fee. I'm gonna try this. Small risk stop. Or excuse me, entry is the red line, stop will be, see if we can play rejection here. Okay, I'm in. Now just flush. Just give me one flush. That's all I'm asking for. Okay, put out a couple profit targets down there with those green lines. I'm not asking for much. I'm not even asking for a crash. Oh, don't do that again. You hit my green line and then you don't fill me. I'm having deja vu now all of a sudden to this trade back here. Hit my profit target and then snap right back against me. But that's the recency effect. Every trade is different. It's a new isolated moment. We'll see. But once again, first target, as far as I can tell, was basically hit, but did not fill me. My stop is on the screen, Christopher. My stop is on the screen. Come on, just fill me. You dirty, dirty rat. Thank you. Goodness. Second profit target, that green line. Am I really going to get 2 profit targets? Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay, let's put my stop loss in green territory now. So this will be a green trade no matter what. But let's put my next target down here. Could I actually get 3 profit targets hit on the same trade? If I do get this one hit, then I'm going to just follow it down with 2 contracts the rest of the way. Come on down. Just give me some sort of movement. That's all I'm asking for. Just a little bit of movement. again. Even my stop is in green territory now. Come on, back down. All right, well, out there. So, once again, to be fair, I did get 2 profit targets hit. Did I get any more continuation after that? Apparently no. But relative to what was being risked, that was a very good trade. Wow, I should probably be getting short again. Look at this 5-minute. Upper shadows at the pivot point. Weekly candle is solid. Okay, well, Christopher, I don't care about the weekly candle. I mean, I'm on the 2-minute time frame. You must cancel it or at least reset it next month. Hey, Clay, quick question. If we don't pass the TBT test, do I have to go and cancel that account so I don't? Yeah, if you don't want to get that account to renew, then yeah, you'll have to cancel it. Speaking of orders not being activated or closed when it reaches the level, do you know why? Well, I mean, it hasn't hit it. To be fair, sometimes it looks like it hits the line, but yeah, because here's how it works. Let's just say, you know, right here there's 100 people that want to buy, and then the price comes down here, hits it, but when it hits it, there's only 80 people that are willing to sell. So what does this number come to? Again, Michael. 100 people want to buy, but when the price hits that level, only 80 want to sell. So what is that number going to change to? I'll open that up to anybody. Okay, the delay is killing me here. That would be 20 now. So that's a partial. Just because the price hits a level does not mean you're going to get filled, because in this situation, like I said, if there's 100 total people or 100 total shares or contracts that want to be bought, but then there's only 80 worth of contracts or shares being sold, well, then that just means 20 are going to be left behind. All right. Comes up here and then starts to come back down, I will consider the short here. There we go, looking to get short at that red line. Not anymore, I wanted it on that candle. Maybe I'll try to get a little spicy on this candle. Clay, haven't done a movie trivia. That's true. That needs to come organic. I can't just think of a movie trivia. I got to just, like, a quote has to just pop into my mind. Again, the white line here is the high of the day. So if this goes up, the white line is going to also go up, because that would just mean that the price is putting in a high of day or a new high of day. Am I going to watch New Happy Gilmore? Probably not. I was a huge movie buff, but now I don't watch a whole lot of movies anymore. Usually we're watching, we watch, for Kit's birthday, we watched Spirit, which was a cartoon movie about a horse and an Indian. So those are kind of the movies I watch these days. Or like a couple weeks ago, who was it? Faye. We get hit with a bunch of birthdays right in a row. So Faye, for her birthday, requested Swiss Family Robinson. So Swiss Family Robinson is a recent movie I've watched. TV show, I don't really watch them, but my wife really enjoys watching them. Little House on the Prairie, that's a big one. Little House on the Prairie. Clay, I reset my chart. How do I get my buy-sell orders to go across the chart again? Come on, BC. Come on, man. Remind me in a few. I'm kind of focused on this trade right now. I don't feel like or not trade, but a potential trade. Again, when I look over there, for anybody, I'm not staring off. I'm not. I have another monitor with other time frames. So yes, I'm using multiple time frames. I think I need a new policy. We'll call it the BC policy. I can only turn into your one-on-one coach for technical trade-ovate issues like maybe 3 times, but after the 4th time, it's going to require a $5 super chat. I got to start to get a salary from you. You have turned me into your personal one-on-one trade-ovate IT specialist. Like I'll give you 3 free gimmies, but it seems like after the 3rd one, man, I don't know, man. How's the market looking? Well, if you're asking from just an overall sense, quite strong. I think we're at all-time highs now today. But if you're looking at things from a nearer term, like within the, looking at the 2-minute, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning bearish, but these candles here over in the 5-minute just got their lunch ate. So I'm glad I held off from any short. I'm the tough one. You're the one that's asking me 800,000 questions about trade-ovate all the time. And I'm the tough one. Right here, Basi. Let's see. Price levels? No. Oh, fills and orders. Right here. Settings, fills and orders, show order lines. If you ask me again, it's a $100 super chat, okay? Any more trade-ovate questions are $100 super chats for you now. I'm on salary. Okay? I am officially on salary with you, Bissy. Another loser acting like he's a trader. No, I am a loser. I'm definitely a loser. I'm not a trader. I'm just a loser. Yes, correct. Good. You having a good day? Pro stock markets? Let me guess, you're up about 40,000 today? I'm just a teenage dirtbag. Look at this 5-minute. Just grind, 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 grind. No longer cares about upper shadows. If this pulls back to 21 EMA, could be possible long setup. Yeah, that's a pretty big pullback. I make more money in an average trading week than you do in 10 years. Fantastic. Good job. I'm happy for you. Well done. Keep it up. If this pulls back to... Oh, that's where... Yeah. On what time frame, Lance? I guess I just assumed you were talking about the 5-minute. That's a pretty big pullback. Caleb might long at 629. Okay. And where'd your stop be, Caleb? $620. All right. Well, we'll see if we can get that pullback or not. And we'll see how it goes. Good job, though, not chasing, not FOMOing, trying to wait for some sort of pullback. Yeah, I think we can get rid of that line for now. Maybe it'll come back to relevance. Even this one. I think the wedge, I think we've gotten what we need from it. But what a grinder. Again, to think that I had one of my short profit targets right there. Right there. Came down oh so close. And then sometimes the market has a great sense of humor. Oftentimes, at least for me, the best medicine is just to chuckle. Just laugh. Just laugh. What's the chemical that laughter releases? There's some sort of chemical that laughter, it's like a feel-good brain drug. Who are the brain experts here? What's that chemical that's released from laughter? Oxytocin or something like? No, I don't think it's dopamine. Oxytocin, that's it. No, it's not dopamine. Dopamine is like your adrenaline rush. But to be fair to Arto Diaz, he is just a scumbag. What did you call him? A teenage dirtbag. You have a bright future. Art, you? I can't even say. I'm just gonna call you Art. But Art, you have a bright future. With that sort of sense of humor, that sense of humor is gonna take you far in life. Oh, it could be the serotonin. Maybe it's the serotonin. I thought it was the oxytocin. I think it might be serotonin. What chemical is released when you laugh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I may have some humble pie I gotta eat. I see an S, meaning hormones. So there are multiple ones. Let's see. Feel-good hormones. Where are they? Well, what are the name of them? Come on. Come on. Okay, endorphins. That's one. Fair enough. One of you said endorphins. Endorphins. Again. Is it just, maybe it's just endorphins? Endorphin release? Well, there's got to be more because it says hormones with an S. Oh, the release of endorphins. Okay, it looks like endorphins was the right answer. So who is actually our brain expert here? Our brain experts are Basi and Sam. I don't know how to use ChatGPT. I did read this, though. I don't know if it's a true study. It is, actually. But people that use ChatGPT, I should find the study. But it is a train wreck. Like, their brain thinking abilities is destroyed. Compared to people that still just either use Google or, like, dare I say, books. I should find that study. I am staying away from ChatGPT. That study was like, because they were doing like brain scans and stuff on these people. I mean, to be fair, I think it was like 50 people, 50 students. But the ones that were using ChatGPT were literally turning themselves into morons because they didn't know how to think. They didn't know how to research. They didn't know how to really critically think or logically think because they just were turning themselves into puppets. It was crazy. Hey, Nokio, however you say your name. I'm just telling you what this study said. Actually, no. Well, according to the study, actually, yes. I'm pretty sure Nokio is a rehashed name. I think Nokio has been banned before. And now he's back. I'm still testing the waters with him. Okay, all right. Like I said, just speculation, just speculation. I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, I will have zero problem apologizing. Yeah, that's true, Chris. I gotta tell you, I know my wife's phone number. I know my phone number growing up. Man. No, okay, so I know three phone numbers. I know my phone number, I know my wife's phone number, and I know my landline telephone number growing up. But other than that, you're right. I don't know anything. I don't know any. Which, by the way, my brother-in-law, man. So my brother-in-law went to the quick summary. This is the type of people why I feel good about whose hands we're at in terms of like the military. Because my brother-in-law, he went to the Naval Academy. And if you look at like requirements to get into any of the military academies, like you got to be a good, quality, ambitious person. Like they don't just let anybody into the military academy. So anyways, my brother-in-law who went to the Naval Academy, well, two things about him. See, these are the people that I like to surround myself with. Thing number one, when he jogs, he doesn't listen to music. He doesn't listen to podcasts because he wants max mental torment. He wants to be tormented to its maximum capability. And if you are distracting your brain with music and podcasts, then you are diminishing the suffering and pain that you're going through. I'm just saying. Like, I respect that so much. If I'm going to go run or walk or whatever, I'm going to listen to a podcast or something. But second is, yeah, and what sparked this is, like, he intentionally memorizes people's phone numbers. Like, he knows all sorts of people's phone numbers. Because he is straight up like, no, man, that's like weakening my mind. But anyways, my point is, like, those are the type of mentality people that are leading our troops all over the place. So all I'm saying is, America, be careful before you mess with America. I have firsthand experience with some of the, because my brother-in-law too also went to the Naval Academy. That's how he got in the family, right? Hey, Matt, your sister's kind of cute. Can I talk to her? Long story short, now they're married. And like that guy is also a highly, highly quality person. But yes, point being is I do agree. The whole phone number thing, that's another thing that diminishes. And I've had my mind diminished. But this, I should try to find the study. Chat GPT study verse. And I gotta be, I need to be as intellectually honest as possible here. I think I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw it. So for all I know, it was some like bogus meme or something that wasn't even true. I do have to throw that out there. There is that possibility. Just to be intellectually honest about things. Maybe I'm the total moron that got I think some of you are very delayed. Some of you are saying adrenaline. But I asked that question probably like 7 minutes ago. So are some of you very delayed? That gives you superhuman power when you're under stress. I don't know, but I think, isn't that the stuff that like, what is that? PCP? What's that drug that where you can like start picking up cars? My guess is that drug emphasizes whatever that hormone is. I thought PCP was the drug. Or is PCP the chemical that drugs stimulate? I don't know. Are we finally going to get a pullback here? Looking over at the 5 minute. I guess when the markets go grindy, grind, we start talking about brain surveys and chemicals and all that sort of stuff. But maybe 590 was that? No, I did better in my pro accounts today. Fortunately, that was one of the bright spots of my day. What beautiful up? Yeah, I mean, it is an uptrend, but at some point it's like, is this even an uptrend or is this just like straight up grind? Like usually an uptrend is something like this. Well, I mean, this one is just pretty much boop. So yeah, I mean, it is an uptrend, but I don't know. It's just like it's a wild uptrend. It is a wild one for sure. So maybe is the top finally in? Do I try a short here? $47. So I can take about a 5-point risk. Everything that goes up must go down. Yeah. That's true in a broad sense, but if only it were that easy. If only it were that easy. Sort of like penny stock trading. Well, I'm just going to short penny stocks because they're all garbage companies and they all go down. I mean, that is true. That is true. The problem is if you get short here and it does this and then comes back down, well, if that was your short, yeah, your account's roasted. Your margin called, you're liquidated. So, yeah. It does. I don't know. Playground slide, up the ladder, slow green, and down the slide, red fast. Maybe. Could be. I'm so glad that the fan is not like distracting the mic. Because it is so stuffy in this room. I can't wait until I get into my new office. It's gonna be great. When that will be, I don't know, but yeah, that's what I was thinking, Frank. I don't want to nitpick it. I thought that was maybe nitpicking too much, but I was thinking the same thing. Well, I mean, technically speaking, no, that's not. If you look at the markets as a whole, no, they're still going up. Correct, Noki. 100% correct. Okay. Now I'm at 97% confidence Noki is not some reincarnated troll, because that was a very fair statement. I mean, you're not wrong. But that was kind of a bit of a nitpick, but you are correct. So I'm glad somebody else stepped into the role of nitpicking and gave me a break for once. Does trading in these burner... Well, I mean, they're not burner accounts. There's value behind these. These are accounts, when I get them passed, they turn into pro accounts. But yes, it does affect the way I trade in the sense of, as I mentioned earlier a few times, I don't mind getting more aggressive in a test account. But I still like to do test accounts because I still have skin in the game and there's still upside. The upside being, well, this test account could turn into a pro account. I know some people are like, well, Clay, if you're not feeling quite right, why not just go to totally a sim? And it's like, well, yeah, I can see that, but I still want some upside potential. So if I can get, a little bit of, if I can get some upside potential where a test account could turn into a pro account, I like that as upside potential. And worst case, everything goes kaput, and it's like, okay, I lost the account, but it's not like I lost a pro account, not like I lost thousands of dollars out of my pocket. Yeah, I'm sure she does, Frank. I'm sure she does. I'm sure that's why she married you. No, I don't think so, Bramaza. I think you just need to get into the Pam's Plant game. I think that would be a good step one for you. Okay, here we're getting the pullback. Not so. What I was looking for over here on the 5-minute, seeing if it wants to come down to that pivot point there, because that pivot point was quite the solid area of resistance for quite a while. So just a classic example of, is that resistance going to turn into a support? So that's what I'm watching over there. I would short 644. Where's 644? Oop, you're close. Stop loss 22,655. Wait. Okay, a stop loss 22,655. Take profit. All right. Getting close. Getting close. I don't think that's crazy. I think I'd probably personally get a little bit higher of an entry, but I can see the logic. I can see the logic here. But nothing but respect to Nokio. Sorry. How am I supposed to say your name? Can I just call you Noki? Oki? But, all right, Noki's in. $100 tick chart showed an, oh. I cannot say I've ever looked at 100 or 100 tick chart. Looked at 1,000. Then somebody, couple live streams ago said they looked at the 500. I did not know people looked at the 100 tick. Is that like the 15-second chart, Frank? Is that like super sketchy? Doesn't matter. Okay. I'm just going to call you Noki then. Today. Tomorrow, if you show up, it might be something else. So we're getting kind of like a bull flag here. But it just had such a big move up. I don't know if I really trust that. Just such a slow and steady grind. It seems, in my mind, it's like, is that really as much of a pullback as we get? It very well could be, but I mean, look at this 5-minute. This 5-minute is pretty wild. Green, and I mean, really, is this the only bit of pullback we're gonna get before it curls back up? It very well could be, but just not quite sure. Most candles happen in 10 to 25 seconds, depending on volume, of course. But I accidentally used it one day instead of 1,000 and had a great win. Oh, so you kind of stumbled and accidented your way into it. Sometimes those are the best things, where you just accidentally find yourself in a situation. So yes, I am staying away from the bull flag for those reasons, and we'll let hindsight be my judge. Maybe 5 minutes from now I'll be looking like the biggest moron, but that's okay. That comes with the territory of being on the live stream. Sometimes you look halfway smart, other times you look like a total schmuck. But it is what it is. So I know Noki is short, right? I think he nailed it. Wait, is it his target yet? 30. Okay, no, Noki needs a price go there. But Noki is in the green right now. I don't know if anybody here is long. That's a question for Jim. Can we see a nosedive before end of day? Well, I mean, anything's possible. How likely is a nosedive? I have no idea. But can we? Sure. Yeah. Anything's possible. Okay, Matt is getting long. At 41. Okay, Matt wants to see it come up a little bit. I'm guessing the stop loss is right about below there somewhere. Let's see, where's the stop loss at? 34.50. Okay, I was at 34. Okay, I can see the logic there. I'm up very much today, so I'm taking the short and we'll let you know the result. I have one MQ, nothing crazy. Gotcha. Any pullback is long, market is strong. Still waiting for the day where Christopher gives us a trade plan up front. Like, Christopher, be like Noki, okay? Be like Noki. Everybody needs to be like Noki. This is the good stuff right here. All we're looking for is 3 numbers. We don't need a bunch of commentary, just 3 numbers. No, and this was all done ahead of time. So that's what brings us credibility. He didn't say any of this in hindsight. He didn't wait for certain things to happen and then tell us, "Oh yeah, well I got short." No, this was all ahead of time. He said he would short at 22,644. His stop loss is at 22,655 and his target is 22,630. Be like Noki. This is what we're looking for. We're not looking for broad statement, armchair quarterback, hindsight, confirmation bias trading. This is the stuff right here. That's the stuff that dreams were made out of. Be like Noki. We just need 3 numbers. That's it. Or be like Sean. Sean was a rough around the edges when he first showed up. Now Sean is like, he's always met. He just did it again. Everything ahead of time. That's how you do it. I have 3 monitors, but I only use 2 for trading. This one over here is like for more of the business component of things. So Christopher, you say any pullback is long, market is strong. Okay, well let's take that broad attitude, that broad statement, and let's see can you give us a trade plan? How would you take that idea that any pullback is long, market is strong? Okay, now let's take that, Christopher, and can you be like Noki? Can you give us those 3 numbers? How would you make money from that? And again, the key is you got to give us these numbers before the price gets to these levels. Showing up and saying, "Well, I bought right there, brother." Maybe, but hopefully you can also see our side of the equation where we're a little skeptical when somebody shows up on the internet and just says supposedly that they bought from somewhere, you know. But even if you give us everything ahead of time, and even if you're wrong, I mean, Sean has been wrong on some of his trade a couple of times at least. But nobody's going to make fun of Sean. Because losing's part of it. Being wrong's part of being a trader. As long as you're managing risk, that's fine. But the part where we all have problems is when people show up with, start armchair quarterback and making broad statements, telling us how great they were with hindsight in their favor. Nobody's going to learn from that. Hey, Caleb, there you go. I like it. Caleb, long, it's at 622, stop loss. Oh, all right. Well, Caleb's looking for a much deeper pullback. All right. That might have to be the new slogan. Be like Noki. Christopher, where did you go? We're waiting for your trade plan. I will on Monday. Okay. So we look forward to Monday then. Monday, Chris is going to be like Noki. You guys got to help me remember that Christopher has promised us on Monday that he will be like Noki. Fair enough. I can see how if you're on your phone, that can get a little bit sketchy. Hey, Clay, I've seen sometimes you buy those breakouts when they come up like that. Why don't you do it here? Hey, that's a good question. Because as I was saying, there's just, again, might be bad Mexican food, but, kind of my spidey senses say that this needs a little bit more of a pullback. I mean, this was such a crazy move. Is it really only going to pull back that amount? Maybe, like I said, maybe it was bad Mexican food that I had last night. But that's why I'm not willing. That's why I did not buy that. And right now, I can't say that I'm totally shocked to see it get smacked right back down because, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like there needs to be a little bit more. But I will be the first to admit sometimes I have bad Mexican, and my guts, my gut instincts isn't quite right. But that's what I'm seeing here. Now, why am I not going short? Hey, that's another great question. Because right here, that pivot point has me a little freaked out. Because I could see that being a very legitimate potential bounce point. So once again, I'm in more of a sit on hand situation. Yeah, Nas Trader, it's been there's been better markets. I'd agree with that, Nas. Especially when it comes to afternoon trading. Good golly, Miss Molly. Who's the singer? There's some little trivia. What are we trading here? We're looking at the NQ and the MNQ. We're futures traders. What kind of future or what kind of trader are you, Demetrios? Frank, you gotta answer that with authority. Don't answer with a question mark. And if you're wrong, that's fine. Go down with the ship. Say it confidently. No tar. All right, I like it. Everything ahead of time. I think. Oh wait. Yes, I think. Well, I think it was Little Richard. Is that right? So also, this is why I have zero interest in going short right now. Because of that pivot point. And it did not bounce directly off the pivot point. But, it got a little close. And it was like, oh, there's a pivot point. So I got to just sit back and observe for now. Conservative, mostly VU. Oh. Yeah, well, we are... do you want to be a day trader, Demetrius? Is this one of these things where you'd like to be a day trader, but you don't really have enough money, therefore you can't be a day... Is that one of those situations, or no? Hey, Bernazda, the best advice I can give you is you got to figure out what fits best for you. Just go trade. See what happens. See what you feel comfortable with. See what setups you like. No, I don't do Forex. I don't like watching paint dry. Forex in the category of day trading is garbage. It is paint drying. If you want some movement, day trade futures. Hey, Nero, good to see you. At the airport. Oh yeah, Kyle. Where you been, boy? You're at the airport. Where you go? Where are you flying? I'm smoking. Come on, man. We got to keep this kid friendly. That is a fair point. I have not watched paint dry, so that is fair. I will concede that is a fair point. So watching paint dry could indeed be fun. That is true. That is fair. I'm pretty sure it's not, but in the spirit of following the logic all the way through, that is true. I do not know if paint drying could actually be fun. So maybe I'll have to find a different reference point. What's the name of the prop firm? Take Profit Trader. Just use that link up above, or Caleb in the chat box there, the tagged message. Just use a link in there. I have significant money in VU, but I was thinking of dipping my feet in day trading. Well, if you want to do day trading, I would say that day trading futures through a prop firm is the best way to go about it. I don't know how much money you have, but if you know, day trading stocks and options, the first thing that kills most is that they don't have the $25,000, so they get trapped under the pattern day trading rule, and then you literally can't be a day trader because they limit the amount of day trades you can make. But in the world of futures, there's no pattern day trading rule. So right there for most people is reason enough to do futures of day trade, or to do day trading futures, because they don't have to worry about the pattern day trading rule. Now, to be fair, Forex, crypto does not have the pattern day trading rule, but those things just don't move as smoothly as what futures do. What would you say is a good amount to start? And that's the other thing about Pam's plan. A good amount to start, the only amount you would need to start is not $10,000 to $20,000. You could get started with the prop firm right here, $105. $105 gives you $25K in purchasing power. So yeah, you definitely do not need $10,000 to $20,000. Now, if you're using your own money to day trade futures, whoa, hey, what happened here? Who said what? I'm going to try it. Tight stop. See if I can capture some more momentum back to the upside if there's anything more left here. There we go. In. Come on, give me another spike like that. That's why I should have scattered out orders. All right, if it wants to give me another spike, at least this time I can take advantage of the spike. That spiked and I was too slow. Didn't even have any orders out there. Come on, give me another spike. I'm ready for you now. Push. Push. Does anybody know? Did somebody tweet something? Or is that just the market deciding to get jiggy with it? All right, there's one profit target hit. Push, push back up. All right. I'm done with that one. I gave that thing probably more time than I should. Relax, Ardu. Dude, what are you doing? Oh, wait. You put stop losses. No, no. Those are all sells. No, thanks you, Relax, Ardu. Thanks. I appreciate your concern. That was good. John Cena, I love you too. Well, tactical reviews, I don't believe in all-powerful, magical, mystical things. I don't think there's a they out there that will make the high. There is no they that determines the high of the day. I was talking about trading my own capital. I don't particularly love borrowing. It's not, you're not borrowing. That's the beautiful thing about a prop firm. You have minimal risk. Quite literally, your only risk is the cost of the account. So if you go and you lose $1,500, they'll take the account away from you. But your only cost out of your pocket is $105. If you're gonna go and do futures with your own money, I would be very careful with that because of this right here. This is the argument of why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. But because of this fact right here about futures, if you go and put $10,000 and $20,000 in a futures account and you use your own money for it, I hope that's $10,000 and $20,000 that you could lose relatively quick. That you'd be okay with financially losing very quickly, because futures are no joke. They move, and they can move very quickly. How can I start trading with my $10,000? By using Pam's Plant. By going to the link that you see at the top of the screen, and then by picking a purchasing power that you want. So if you want to get 50K in purchasing power, that would cost you $119. So $10,000 is more than enough. You could buy a whole lot of prop firm accounts with $10,000. Clay, can you take your profit out every day? Yes, in the pro accounts you can. That's what makes Take Profit Trader, I believe, the best. Is once you hit your pro account, you can get payouts every single day in any amount that you want. EU weighs lowering tariffs on U.S. imports to woo Trump. Thank you, Mark. That would make sense. You're welcome, Demetrius. But yeah, check out the link. Just use the link up above, and if you end up wanting to do it and want to get the deals and the promotions, use code Clay. Thank you for your consideration. I think it's going to start dropping. Too many consecutive days up after 2 p.m. Well, you better get short then, Notar. You better get short then, brother. Would my second profit target have been hit by now? It might have been hit. I know one of them was like up here. So I guess it gave up on it too soon, but I don't know. I thought I gave the thing more time than I needed to, and at any point it seems like it could have just snapped back. So I'll take it. And yes, I had a stop loss on the previous trade. It was a mental stop though. Mental stop being I was just watching it and I would have pressed the button if the price hit that level, but it never did. So there are for beginners, a hard stop is something like this. Like if I buy here and then I put my stop right there, that's a hard stop. My stop is in the system. A mental stop would be, if I buy, let's just say right here, and then I'm like, okay, well, mentally, if it drops below that low, then I'm going to click, this gray button to just exit. So I don't put in the stop, but I know mentally where my stop's at. So that would be a mental stop. Well, I guess I wasn't patient enough. There's my that would have been my third profit target hit. And then up it goes. Hey, Bernaz, what's your angle here? Like you're asking a million questions, but yet you always seem to, I don't know. Be honest. Are you a reincarnated account? I'm starting to get vibes from you from other people that I've banned that act like they're trying to be in good faith, but they have like there's another angle they're coming at. Hey, thanks, Jeff. I'll let the kids. Well, actually, I'm in bachelor mode right now. Well, then you're already barking up the wrong tree. It's not about understanding my trading. It's about figuring out what's going to work for you. So that's the best advice I can get you. Stop trying to understand my trading. Go figure out what's going to be best for you. I know there's an attitude out there about people selling strategies and selling systems and selling this, which is, hey, look at all the money I've made, so let me teach you my strategy. But that's not how things actually work. You got to learn how to trade for yourself. You got to learn to build a system that fits your personal risk tolerance, that fits your, your personality. So stop trying to focus so much on me, and you got to go focus on yourself. I already know what works for me, thank you. Then go trade yourself. Okay, so you trying to grill me, this is irrelevant. It's irrelevant if you already have something that works for you. Are you still shorting today? Czar Trader, man, I just took a long. What are you talking about? Where were you when I took that long trade and made some cash cheddar? Cheddar. Cash cheddar? All right, yeah, there's 0. That is totally a reincarnated, Devin. I think that was probably Devin, if I remember right. Hey, has anybody ever here been banned from a live stream before? It's okay. If you have, I'm not gonna ban you. Has anybody? And be honest, I'll just tell you why I'm asking. My question is, after you've been banned, like, can you still observe? Like, can you still hear? Or like, when you're banned, does that like kick you off the live stream? How does that work? You did almost, Sean. That's well played, sir. You did. You almost did. Yes, well played. No, he never got banned. He was close. Really? There's not anybody in here that's ever been banned on somebody else's live stream. Okay. Pretty sure that was Devin. Oh, wow. Congratulations to anybody that's long. I think you can still join the channel in here. Okay. But I assume you just... Yeah, you definitely can't interact. That is true, Noki. Hey, Dinesh. Hey, KKT. Give us a trade plan. Sell now is not a trade plan. Tell us your entry point and your stop and your target, KKT. But sell now in all caps is not an actual trade plan. No, that's what I mean. That's why I'm pretty sure their previous account was Devin. That's like oh yeah, you probably remember Larry, Kyle. Do you remember Larry? Yeah, Noki, there was news. Somebody posted up above something about European tariffs being less. Okay, so there was Larry, and then, I don't know, like the next week, there was a guy here, Lauren. Oh, do you remember Lawrence? Mr. like, didn't understand sarcasm, all that. Do you remember Lawrence? Okay, I'm pretty sure Larry and Lawrence were the same guy. Because after enough, some people, they're just... Yeah, I'm still working on the skill, but some people, it's like, what angle are you at? You're not actually at... And then, with whoever I just banned, it was, well, I already know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to understand. It's like, no, you're grilling with a bunch of questions because you think, like, it was very Devin-like. Like, asking all these questions. They're trying to get at something else, and it's just like, just come out with it. Like, at least that pro, whatever that guy's name was, pro stock market showed up, said, hey, you're a loser. I'm better than you. I make way more money than you. Like, thank you. Like, that's fine. If you think I'm a loser, whatever, then just say that up front. You don't have to, like, I don't know. Some people go about things very weirdly. Uh-oh, my account was closed after due to open positions. I wasn't able to with the gray exit box. My account was closed after due to open positions. I don't know what you mean by that, Johnny. Oh, the last Egyptian king? Yeah, the last Egyptian king. He stops by every now and then. I don't know. He might have got blown. I don't know. He might have blown up. Because one of his trade plans that he showed up, in his loud fashion as he does, it didn't really work out too well. So yeah, the last Egyptian king may be in his pyramid tomb at this point. I don't know what you mean. I wasn't able to the gray exit button. I don't know what that means. Like the gray button just comes kind of standard, like it comes in place. So I'm not sure. I'm not real sure what you meant by that. All right, 5 minute has me terrified to take a short at this point, or I mean not a short, excuse me, a long. Shoot, you're not in that camp, are you? Come on, shoot people. Please calm down. We got people saying AI and this. Somebody was like, they're gonna put in a new high. They're not gonna let it. And that person was like, there's no they out there. Hey, Caleb, awesome. The most important question though, Caleb, did you use code Clay? That is really the most important question here. I got to figure out if my kids get to eat tonight or not. I don't know, Mohammed. We're a take profit trader live stream here. Naz, I don't know. I think you might have been here before, but if not, stick around. I like your sense of humor. Was his strategy pyramiding? You must be a dad. How many kids you got? You're definitely a dad. That was a dad joke. I appreciate that, Caleb. You are going to. Oh, and by the way, Caleb, did you select Tradovate, Caleb? Okay, if you want, I'll link to check out this video here. Not that I'm saying, Caleb, that your platform has to be set up like mine, but this will at least give you kind of a framework of how to go about things, how to maneuver around things. So if you want to check out that video, I think that'll help you out as somebody that's new to Tradovate now. And also, Caleb, I think you mentioned earlier something about Bitcoin. Stay away from Bitcoin futures. Just start on MNQ. The NQ, MNQ, they move way better than any Bitcoin futures, stuff like that. So, Noki, with the code, you get part of the initial monthly pay, or you also get based off of the trades. No, I don't. No, I just get off of the initial pay, the initial price. Yeah. No, I mean, it's all public. Like, you can see the referral program on their site. So, yeah, it's not anything classified or anything like that. That'd be cool, though, if Caleb went and made, like, a bunch of money, and then I was able to get a slice of that. But, no. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. How do I exit all positions so they are not left open? You click this button right here. Click like this. Watch. See? So if you have a position down here that's open, you want to buy. So you have all these orders out here. Wouldn't that be crazy if this thing just snapped down and that'd be amazing. So you see you have all these orders out here, Johnny. When you come and click the exit gray button, boom. See how they all just disappeared? That's why you want to become obsessive compulsive about pressing that. No. You trade, Caleb, you trade through Tradovate. This is now your broker. You no longer, Webull is out of the picture. Your only money at risk is what you just spent on the account. That's it. That's your only money at risk. You do not need Webull now for anything. Your broker and platform is now Tradovate. How to, oh, you meant in the past. Okay. Falcon Fire, how to access Dom for free. Well, you can do, well, it's not free. But if you want to trade, you can do it through a prop firm. Because when you join, at least the prop firm that I'm using recommending, when you choose your purchasing power, so if you go 50K purchasing power, that'll cost you 119. That 119 includes the live data, which would include the DOM that you're after. And the cool thing here is that after you pass the test and you go from test to pro, the monthly fee goes away. There's no more monthly fees yet. You still get live data. You still get all that stuff. So I guess to answer your question in a sense, how do you get free market data? How do you get free DOM? All that sort of stuff. You go with a prop firm, at least with Take Profit Trader, you pass the test, and then you go. You can have, live data at no extra cost. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that would be a very, that'd be an interesting model. I did that, but it said not available. Well, I don't know, Johnny. Sounds like you were a Trade of 8 glitch, or I'm not sure. Yeah, Falcon Fire, definitely the best. If you're going to day trade futures, a prop firm mathematically makes the most sense. Futures move and they move so quickly. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to go put all your money at risk when, I mean, you could quite literally lose thousands of dollars in the blink of an eye. To be fair, yes, you could make thousands of dollars in the blink of an eye, but that is the two-sided coin. Yeah, Johnny, I'm not quite sure then for it to say not available. Yeah, if you want to try again, I pressed it. Yeah, I don't know, Johnny. I don't know. I'm not sure. I wish I had a more in-depth answer for you, but I don't know. If I had to guess, because I mean, again, I remember when I first started with the prop firm and the new platform, I did some stupid things, and I thought, wait, I did this, and then come to find out, oh no, that's actually not what happened. I'm not, Johnny, to be fair to you, maybe you're absolutely right in your analysis of the problem. Maybe everything happened the way you thought that it happened. That is completely possible. I'm not saying you're lying or imagining things. I'm just saying that my experience and the experience in the customer service world for many years now, particularly with my own site, claytrader.com, is sometimes people, their knee-jerk reaction is, hey, this, and this all happened. And then after a little bit more context, a little bit more comes to light, they're like, oh, yeah, okay, it didn't quite go down like I thought. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I don't know, maybe did something wrong. It's hard to say without knowing everything, Johnny, but I really don't have any more other answers for you. PWU, I don't, if you email them and give them, like, if you're going to be gone for a month, that would be bad, probably to not give them a heads up. But you can, if you give them a heads up, then it's not a big deal. But like, yeah, if you don't make a trade for like a week, that's fine. But like, if you know that it's going to be like a month or something like that, I'd let them know. Kind of knew the algo was pulling it up. So you made money from that, Fazil? There's no algo pulling it up. It's demand and supply. That's all this is. Demand and supply is generated by, sure, algos, by market makers, by you and I, by retail traders, by hedge funds, by little grandmas. That's what's pulling it up or pulling it down. Demand is pushing it up right now. Demand is overwhelming supply right now. That's why we're in this uptrend. You don't have to go you don't have to go off the reservation and create all sorts of conspiracy, magical, mystical creatures. We had this conversation yesterday. The whole idea that market makers can control the price, can make the price, somebody else, tactical review, somebody was like, oh, they are going to make the high this. No, nobody's making the high anything. Like, well, no, there's market makers out there, and they're the ones that are algorithms or whatever. And it's just like, if that were true, if market makers were that powerful, if market makers could just determine, hey, the price is going to be here, hey, we're going to make the price do that, then how in the world have market maker firms gone out of business over the years? That makes no sense. Because per the logic, how can somebody that is literally controlling the price movement go out of business? Wouldn't they be making piles and piles and piles of money? Answer me that. There have been hedge funds. There have been all sorts of funds that use algorithms, that use this, that, and the other, and they blow up. They're no longer around. How? How is that possible if these algorithms, if these this, that, and that are controlling the markets and this, that, and that? A bigger they, obviously. I don't know what that is. Turtles all the way down. No, it's not turtling down. It's spicy orangutanging down. Sean, do you ever go long out of curiosity? Ooh, I think I irritated people with that last. See, I got to be careful. You know, when you start to say that there's not magical mystical creatures out there, apparently people don't like it and they leave. I was up over 200, then I dropped down to like 189. It was like 20 people gone just like that. I mean, you would think shorting is faster, but to be fair, I mean that was a pretty fast way for longs, pretty fast way for shorts to lose money on that movement. That's a monkey. We need an orangutan, Kyle. Time to start dropping down fast. Are you already in, Noir? I can't remember. Did you give us a trade plan? Okay, all right. I don't remember what you're I remember seeing a trade plan, but I don't know if that was an old one or a new one or where all that stood. See, that's a gorilla. So here's for our animal biologists in the room. I think monkeys, orangutans, and gorillas are three separate. I guess what species in the category of primates? Is that true? Again, just for you animal biologists out there, a gorilla and a monkey is not the same thing, right? Just like a monkey and an orangutan is not the same thing. Now they're the same thing in terms of all being primates, but like within the category of primate, there's those subcategories. Is that true, or am I just talking on my backside? Again, please, only if you are a monk or I keep wanting to say a marine biologist, but that's not what I'm asking. An animal biologist, please only speak. Dr. J, well, Dr. J's a doctor, so his thinking is on another level than mine. Okay. Zoologist, can you please answer that question? I'm curious. Unlicensed doctor. Oh, yeah. So I'm coming to you for my. If I ever need a surgery, I'm going to Dr. J. Like, yo, Dr. J. I need some brain surgery, brother. What are you charging? Anybody that spells doctor, you go with them. You go with them. All right, are we going to get a breakout through these highs? We're kind of pushing. I mean, we got it. We got the bull pennant. It's there. I just don't know if I can trust it to a breakout. Like, does this move seriously want to go up even more? Maybe it does. Well, Godzilla and Johnny, it sounds like you guys need to be in touch with Tradovate. Because the gray button up here has nothing to do with Take Profit Trader and what's going on with that cancel button. So, data, yeah. Well, credit to you for sticking with it. All right. I don't know. This looks kind of spicy. Do we get another round of momentum? That's the question. And this feels like such a total guess. All right, let's just go with 3. This is definitely a see. All right, this is my problem right now. If I put my stop loss below this low, now I'm right up above that low. Okay, so if I move my stop loss below that low, now I'm right above that high. So if I move my stop loss below that high right there, now I'm right above the 21 EMA. So I got to put my stop loss down here to make it logical. But now look how big my risk box is. So it's like a cascade of where do I put my stop loss and have it still be logical. So that's the problem right now. That's a funny situation, brutal situation. But as of right now, I'm glad I didn't get long because we're pulling back a little bit. But yeah, I don't know where to put my stop now. If the price comes down more, then I can get, you know, a better risk profile. But buying up there because of the reasons I just went through, I just didn't have anywhere where I could actually logically put the stop. I have a question. People often refer to chop as scalper's paradise. Yeah. I mean, if something is choppy, the only way you're going to make money is scalping it. So, yeah. Because if you are some sort of breakout, continuation, momentum trader, anything like that, and it's just choppy, well, by definition, you're never going to get follow through. But you know, the scalper, they can make money in that choppy action because, you know, for a scalper, you know, if something's choppy like this, I mean, that's great money, right? A scalper could buy right here on this breakout and then scalp out right there. But the person that wants more continuation, well, they get stopped out because it pulls back down. Whereas a scalper, they're like, well, I already took my green right here, so I don't care that it snapped back down. Okay, I'm going to buy at that green line here. Going to buy this pullback here a little bit. Scalper doesn't care. Well, a scalper probably prefers chop. That way they don't get all upset. Okay, I'm in. Because when a scalper scalps out, and then if there's more continuation, they sit there and they're all upset like, man, I just left so much money on the table. All right, I'm long. Blue line is my entry point. Speaking of scalps, here's a little scalpy scalp. So right now, here is an answer, or here is like, I'd like to see this chop back down. That way I'm not going to feel bad. I'm going to look smart that I scalped out. But if this thing heads up, I mean, I still made money on it. So that's like, it's not like it's costing me anything. But it will just create, well, from a live streaming perspective, it's going to make me look stupid that I decided to scalp. But just from, just from a trader's mentality, hindsight confirmation bias side of things, I'm going to be sitting here saying, oh, man, why did I do that? Why did I choose to scalp? But yeah. So it's not really, it doesn't really matter either way. But and to be fair, that's a good point, Ray. I mean, you could ask potentially 5 different traders what scalping is or what a scalper is, and then you could get 5 different answers. All right, Caleb, excellent. Yeah, it will. Wait, you signed up where? What do you mean you signed up? You mean Take Profit Traders where you signed up, right? I thought you already did that. But right now, I'm feeling very good. So my ego, I want to see this just continue to come down. That way I look smart. But like I said, that's totally an ego situation right now. I'd prefer not to look like... I've looked like a moron too many times on the live stream. So I want to at least look smart one time today. So if I can get this thing to keep on coming down... then at least one of you will respect me a little bit. Wait, you didn't go to Tradovate separately and create an account with them, did you, Caleb? Okay, we got our zoologist. Monkeys and apes are both primates. However, evolution has put them into different categories. Taxonomically speaking, did you want to talk about? So, ingredients, are you a zoologist or was that just straight out of Chat GPT? Uh-oh. Now, in all seriousness, though, if you did go long here, I hope this curls back up for you if you're wanting more of a movement. I will put your gains ahead of my ego. So if I have to, I'll be the knight in shining armor. And if I have to look like an idiot in order for you to make money, I'll do it. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, so you signed up. So in other words, you logged into Tradovate with the login information that Take Profit Trader gave you, Caleb? I judge good traders based on risk management over wins. Well, I judge good traders on how many Malibu mansions they have. That's it. Just log into, but in all seriousness, yeah. There you go. That's kind of a boring metric, Dr. J. Kind of a boring metric, but it's. I think that's a pretty good metric. Just log into Tradovate with credentials they gave. Thank you, Jocko. Yeah. Yeah, once you log in with, I mean, it should be activated right away. Like, you should see your account immediately. So in this situation right now, whoever asked, I can't remember, somebody asked about scalping. Yeah, the scalpers are feeling very good about themselves. The scalpers are happy, but the people that we're hoping for some more curl back up, I don't know if I don't want to say they're stopped out for sure, but they're probably feeling a little bit. When you log into Tradovate, Caleb, if you see your account, then your account is ready to go. Even if your Take Profit Trader dashboard says pending, if your account is showing up in in Tradovate, you're ready to go. What is that indicator? I don't know what indicator you're talking about. The green line here? That is the 21 EMA. The 21 EMA. Oh, you're using TradingView. Oh, then I don't know, Caleb. I can't help you in that regard. I thought you were using Tradovate. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if somebody else is here. Same with Jocko. Jocko said just log into Tradovate. So I don't know if anybody else here can help Caleb that uses their TradingView with their prop firm. Yeah, sorry about that, Caleb. I thought you were talking about Tradovate this whole time. Got it all set up with your code. Their knowledge base has videos that walk you through the process. Took less than 10 minutes total. Awesome. I'm sorry, Jeff. Maybe I asked you and you already told me, but I forgot. What purchasing power account did you go with? When people ask what you do for a living, what do you say? I say I invest in real estate and do stuff with the stock market. I invest in real estate and I do stuff in the stock market. I figure that's close enough. Nice. Yeah, 50K. I think that's a good one to start with. You know, you could, and I would just say the stock market. Don't even be like, I trade futures. People are gonna be like, what? What did you just say? What do you mean you trade futures? Just say, yeah, I do stuff in the, or you could just say, yeah, I do stuff with the stock market, which is not a lie, because the futures and you know, the futures market is tied with the stock market. You know, they all kind of feed off one another. And this looks kind of spicy. Does this want to come off the bottom here? Ooh, Morty. Check out Morty's message. I don't know what he's talking about, but that seems to be some spicy, a spicy suggestion. Ooh, too slow on the trigger. Nice curl back up here. Nice move, nice move, nice move. I don't think I missed any. I can't believe I have not been made fun of for my glasses for quite a while. But these glasses are great. I'm so glad that I can just do the live stream with them on. Like, I was like, man, is it going to be too distracting to people? But had the same issue. That's how I got it fixed. All right, more. All right, Caleb, if you're still here, check out Morty VIP. Well, yeah, I guess you should be able to see him. He tagged you. He's cooking for you. He pulled out the crock pot for you. Another. Brother. We're getting close. I mean, that trend line is cooking right there. Look at that. I'm thinking about a break of it. I'm thinking I'm gonna let it marinate a little bit more. Gotta let it marinate sometimes. Let it marinate a little bit. Actually should get this mapped out because this could be a potential flush point right here. If that does not hold, I could see that creating a little bit more downside pressure. Hey, thanks, Morty. Glad that worked. I love it. Look at the chat helping each other out. We got some good people here. Yeah, we get trolls from time to time, but overall, we got some good people. Oh, man, right down through. I was interested in going short, but I wanted to see the price come down here and go sideways for at least a couple candles and then break. But looks like that was definitely an unnecessary requirement on my part. Oh, good grief, that was a very unnecessary requirement. Wow. Okay, okay. Time to get the Lambo. That's right. Lambo or fail. Hey y'all, I'm here learning to trade. Recently doing demos. Wish me luck. Cool. Great to have you. Thanks for stopping by. NAS trader, major correction. Right off of the purple. Well, not off of it exactly, but very close. I think, do I maybe short the back test here? I don't know. I better stay away for now. Purple line is a 50 period simple moving average. How many trades do you try to take? I don't. No. I don't. Don't go about it like that. Don't aim to take a certain amount of trades per day. Take good setups. Trade setups that fit your strategy and rules. If that's 500 trades in one day, hey, so be it. If that's 5 in another day, hey, so be it. But do not aim to trade a certain amount of trades. Make your goal, I want to trade setups that fit my criteria. And then let that be the driving force. But if you find yourself saying, I want to make 10 trades a day, then you could be putting yourself in a situation where, 3 of those 10 don't really meet your criteria, but I got to get up to 10 trades for a day. Yeah, yep, your strategy and rules and requirements of your strategy system, whatever cool thing you want to call it, let that be the driving factor to how many trades you take. Nero is out. Looking to enter a short on a 668 retest. Close. The 5 minutes just got me nervous. This just seems like too much of a, look at that. We went right back to the 21 EMA. We got, like my face, a beautiful, beautiful bull flag pattern. So I'm a little too nervous to go short right now. Down the bottom part of this pattern, because even from a short, even if it comes up here and retests, I mean, does a short weather that storm? I guess you could, but you're also taking on relatively bigger risk profile. But that's just my opinion. No. Caleb, in the prop firm, you may not swing trade. You've got to be out every day by 5 p.m. There is no swing trading. That's why Pam's plan here is totally an argument for day trading. Day trading through the prop firm is for day traders. So you may not, I repeat, you may not, Caleb, don't hold overnight. That would be a rule violation. They want you in out of all positions by the close. But after you start day trading, man, you're gonna be like, oh, man, why bother swing trading? I say that kiddingly. Like, I know many people that day trade and swing trade at the same time and invest. So, but it's kind of like branches of the military. Like Marines love to give Air Force all the branches give each other a hard time. Kind of traders sometimes do that too. Like swing traders like to make fun of day traders. Day traders will poke fun at investor, But in all actuality, you could do all three at the same time. I guess I'm in a shares mindset. Yeah, nope. All you want to focus on right here is this. Start that at 1. Start that at 1 and then MNQ. And then get your feet wet, as you watch the P&L fluctuate. See how you feel about it. And if you're like, okay, that's not too bad. Like I said, that number should have been at 1. And then if you feel good, all right, well, then you can change that to a number 2. And just slowly work your way up. And I'm like, what are you talking about having one share? How's that going to do the thing? Well, without going into the math of it all, they're contracts, and the way the contracts are leveraged, the P&L volatility increases in a hurry. Well, right now the 21 EMA is just straight up doing work here on the 2-minute. Look at this thing. It just will not let the price get up through it. Doing work. the spaghetti. I don't know. I don't want to say this is spaghetti. There's no spaghetti here. This is just nice uptrend. Now, if these things start crossing over each other, then yeah, I can see some spaghetti. I don't. Maybe you're making. Maybe that's not even the reference that you're getting at. I think it's going down to VWAP by the end of the day. Yeah, you definitely could be wrong. Holy, yeah. I no Tar. You seem to be like kind of a. I'm guessing most of your trades you're just going for grand slams. Like, is that seriously your profit target all the way down here? Or are you just throwing that out there as a general prediction? As a reminder, before I should have brought this up probably sooner, but FYI, if anybody's interested, this evening I am offering this free class. So if you want to learn more about the tools I'm using, how I build consistency, how I manage risk, make sure you have the right framework of approaching trading. A lot of people think they're going about trading the right way, and I can understand why they are doing it, but they're not actually going about things the right way. So if you're interested in that, like I said, that will be this evening. So I'll put a link in the chat right now. So free webinar, you can go check that out. Would love to have you. We'll see if it wants to pull back here a little bit more. You got the DOM open, but what are you trying to find? Nothing. I have the DOM there because I know a lot of people like the DOM and like to watch it. So I put it on there for them. Hey Jaboni, we need some actual trade plans from you. Right now, you're just in total armchair quarterback mode. Come on, Jaboni. Just a general prediction. Gotcha. All right. So you're just throwing stuff at the wall, and you're gonna see what might stick. I might try a long here. Mainly looking at the 5-minute. But I got it. My bladder speaking. All right. What did I miss? What did I miss? Long waiting at 6:52. Oh, close. Five minutes. Like I said, it's very hard to be bearish minded right now when the chart looks like that. I know, Joshua. I'm working on just ignoring it. I'm working on it. It's something I said I need to just get over. Just not let it grind my gears. Plus, he was just a valuable help to somebody else. So he's good. He's cool. He's cool. So yeah. I also am curious, do you, is there a short if it breaks that purple line? So, I mean, we have essentially, if we just use this as our lower trend line, and, we break something across like that, got it like a little miniature bear pennant. But the 5 minutes, what's got me kind of walking on eggshells. No, just the verbiage you used, not a fan. But that's okay. I'm working on it. You can stick with your FVG. I'm going to stick with my spicy orangutan. Well, there she goes, now knocking on the door of this trend line. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this one. Does she break? Knocking on the door. I mean, that's basically, not basically, that is what we have. Again, if we just use a pink or the purple line, the 50 period moving average as our trend line here, and then we have this trend line right here. I mean, we're looking just straight up at a wedge. So do the bulls get the breakout, or are the bulls about to get a wedgie? Let's just have, I'll go with 1 MNQ. Not going to make a lot. Joshua's looking for the German gerbil. Here we go. Let's go, Mexican mouse. I'm in. Come on. Get going. Well, we got the break. Now it's just a question of, can we get any follow through? I'm in. This was more a FOMO trade. I'm trading. I'm wisely FOMOing. That is, I would say, an argument for prop firms. A very good argument is they allow you to FOMO very wisely. I am safe from a risk control standpoint in 3 ways. Way number 1. This is a prop firm account. Way number 2, it is the MNQ. Way number 3, it is 1 MNQ. So if you ever reach the point where you just where you think the FOMO is going to overwhelm you, then I do it quite often. I'm like, okay, fine. 1 MNQ. There we go. I'm in the trade. So this was a total FOMO trade. And even if this thing just plunges, it's, oh well. Now, if it explodes, I'm not going to make a whole lot either, but it has nothing to do with making money. Everything needs to be revolving around risk control. And my risk is controlled in 3 layers. Like I said, layer number 1, prop firm. Layer number 2, it's an MNQ. Layer number 3, it is 1. So yes, this is a FOMO trade. I FOMO'd into it. I was like, oh, come on, that breakout. Okay, because I wasn't totally sure on the breakout. But I wanted to give it a try. I don't want to miss out. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, if you are going to FOMO, if you can feel the FOMO, if you just cannot resist the FOMO, then that is a benefit of Pam's plant, specifically the plant part. Well, even futures, because futures itself gives you gives you MNQs. Yeah, exactly, Notar. If you're going to FOMO, do it in a prop firm account with 1 MNQ or 1 MES. That way you're at least part of the trade, and it kind of keeps you eased. Although, come on, I'm not exactly looking to get stuck in this trade for the next 30 minutes waiting while it goes sideways with 1 MNQ. I will just eventually cut it if it does not just get moving. But I'm not really too interested in sitting around waiting to see if this thing wants to break out and get moving. I'm glad I was hesitant because, yes, this trend line break, not that every trend line break has to break and go. But yeah, I don't feel like waiting too long for this to make up its mind. Went to work for a few hours. You haven't been gone that long, Mikey. You've been gone for like an hour. Well, the trend line is broken on my 2 minute. I use a 2 minute, Demetrius. I used a 2 minute, brother. Therefore, it's broken on the time frame that I care most about. Is anybody else in this? Is anybody else wanting this thing to go up, or am I the only soul out here that tried to play this breakout? I don't know, Demetrius. I think the highs that I used right here, I think that's a pretty clean trend line. I think the 2 minutes giving me a pretty clean trend line. I mean, to be fair, maybe we have different definitions of what clean or what you said accurate. Maybe we have different definitions of accurate, but I mean, I don't know. In my mind, that's a pretty accurate trend line. I mean, boop, boop, boop. Oh no, Nathan went short. I'm toast. Exactly. That's the whole point. I can't win says at least it was just one. Precisely. Precisely. If you're going to FOMO, FOMO wisely. This was the wise FOMO. And this is why you want to be wise about FOMOs, because when you're getting that FOMO feeling, very well it can not really be a good entry, which is what we're witnessing here. Again, ideally, you never FOMO. But if you are going to FOMO, FOMO as I do. Blue line is my entry point. So, hey, I'm liking this candle. We might be cooking something up. Although, I don't know. I'll give this trade maybe another 5 minutes. Like I said, I have no desire to sit here for the next 20 minutes watching a one MNQ trade play out. In my mind, the ideal situation was it was going to break and start moving right then and there. Hence the FOMO. Spooky just went long. Where's your stop at, Spooky? Spooky, I'm spooked out when I see people give me entry points, but then there's no stop loss mentioned. I'm glad you went long, though, with me, Spooky. I'm glad I'm not alone. 22,409 for now. We'll adjust. That's not good. What do you mean you're going to adjust your stop? Huh? That sounds like a great way to be like, okay, my stop is here. No, never mind, my stop is here. No, my stop is here. And then before you know it, your stop is like way bigger. Bring up if it goes up. Oh, gotcha. Okay. By the way, if anybody here has never seen futures and is wondering kind of what this is about right here and their movement, I'll turn this to an example. But the other cool thing is the ability to control it. So right now, what you're witnessing, anybody new to futures, is literally the least volatile it will get. Because I have one MNQ contract, very, very small, the less volatile type of contract, and only one of them. So if you've been watching these numbers and you're thinking, what's the point? They're barely budging. No offenses taken. I will show you how you can adjust the movement at no extra cost. Like other things will cost you more money. So again, just keep watching this movement here if you are new to futures, and just understand that if you are not impressed by that movement, that's okay. This is the bare minimum of quote unquote movement. This is the bare minimum of P&L volatility that you could get. Because again, I am doing the MNQ, which is a slower moving contract, and I'm only doing one of them. So just keep that in mind as you continue to watch that number fluctuate. And like I said, no offense is taken if you're looking at that number and yawning and thinking, what is the point? What is this guy doing? No offense taken at all. Hey, blue line's my entry. Are we about to finally get a breakout? Beautiful bounce off the purple line. Can we get some follow through? But again, right now, just continue to watch that number for any of you that are new to futures. Because if you are not happy with how that moves, I'll show you a great way to manipulate that at no extra cost. Because yes, to be fair, the manipulation tactic can still be done in stocks and options or forex or crypto, but it costs you more money to do the same manipulation tactic that what I'm going to show you here costs you no additional money out of your pocket. All right, I might be cutting this here just... All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the trade. All right, so there we go. All right, so let's say that you are of the camp of, wow, that was terrible. Well, here's the cool thing about Pam's plan. So Pam's plan is the argument here real quick to day trade futures through a prop firm. So that's what this is illustrating. And the nice thing about the prop firm is how it allows you to, like I said, control that movement. So that's what I want to focus on here. The movement, yeah, futures move great, but the hidden thing is your ability to control the actual movement at no extra cost. So if you wanted to, bare minimum, with the prop firm that I'm using, that I recommend, you could go up here and you could get yourself 25K in purchasing power. So for 25K, that would require $105. And with that 105, you could get 3 of the very volatile contracts or the less volatile, to which you just saw, you could get up to 30 of those. So again, the number that you saw fluctuating, if you were thinking that whole time, what's the point? What's the point? Yawn. Well, just understand that you could have taken, for just $105, you could have taken that as high as 30. Now, this is the manipulation tactic to just clarify. Well, Clay, you can do that with stocks. All you're arguing right now is saying, well, increase your position size. And no kidding, Clay, increasing your position size is going to cost this number over here to fluctuate and get more and more volatile. But yeah, you can add more shares. You could add more, contracts if you're day trading options. That is all true, but in order to add more shares, what does that require? That requires more money out of your pocket. You have to spend money on those shares to build a bigger position. But that's not so here with the prop firm. The prop firm flat out tells you that for the $105, you could start off at one contract like I did. You could do one contract, but you could also, in the same trade, go up as high as 30 at no extra cost. Your money required is still just the $105. Now, if you're thinking, well, geez, Clay, even changing that number to 30, I don't think that would do much for me. Okay, well, on the other end of the spectrum, the 150K purchasing power, you could take that number that I was at 1, you could have taken that as high as 150. I assure you, if you change that number that I had at 1 to 150, that P&L, you're going to get a whole lot of movement right there. And again, that doesn't require any more cost. For the 150K, yes, it costs you $252 to buy the account. But if you start at 1 and then you go all the way up to 150, you are not needing to buy more. You're not needing to put any more money in. No, your cost is just the $252. So that right there is, I think, something that oftentimes gets overlooked about just how powerful futures trading with a prop firm is your ability to control the movement. And just to reiterate, when I say control the movement, I don't mean this movement up here. I mean the movement of your P&L, which is why I wanted you to focus on the movement that you saw down here, because that was the bare minimum. That was one MNQ, and that was it. But from that point forward, it would only get more and more volatile the higher you, quote unquote, increase your position size. But like I said, the big distinction here is that you don't have to spend extra money to increase position size, right? If you have 100 shares of a stock and you want to see more fluctuation, well, sure, you could go up to 200 shares. But you got to buy an extra, like you have to pull money out of your pocket and you have to buy another 100 shares. Not so here with the way the prop firm is set up. So hopefully that helps. Hopefully that makes sense. And just on that note, if you're like, man, yeah, prop firms seem great. The category that I say everybody should be using Take Profit Trader, whether you're a beginner prop firm trader, intermediate or advanced, use Take Profit Trader. For you intermediate and advanced people, if you've never used Take Profit, give them a try. I promise you, once you get to the pro account and get those daily payouts where you can request money every single day, you're gonna be like, whoa, this is the greatest thing ever. So if you've never even tried Take Profit Trader, but you're intermediate or advanced, give them a try. If you are a beginner, start with Take Profit Trader. Very clean set of rules, the best payment policy in the business with the way it's set up. So start with them. Now, if you are intermediate or advanced, maybe you're looking to expand outside of Take Profit Trader because you got all that figured out and you want to, like I said, build your prop firm empire, then yeah, you can consider Apex Trader. And also, some of you may be here that you just stumbled across a live stream. You're already an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader and you enjoyed the stream. Maybe you're thinking, hey, Clay, I enjoyed. I use Apex already. Is there any way I can support the stream? Do you have a code? If so, I'd love to use it. Well, I do have a code, and I thank you for your consideration to use it to support the stream. So yeah, you can use code Clay on either of those to get the current promotions that each site is running. And with Take Profit Trader, they have a really good deal right now. If you use code Clay, yes, you get the 30% off. But all prop firms have something that is, well, most, as far as I'm aware, have something called the activation fee, where after you pass the test and you move to your pro, well, you've got to activate the pro account, which is called the activation fee. And with Take Profit Trader, that is $130. Again, after you pass, to activate another $130. But if you use code Clay, this goes to zero. There is no activation fee. So you could be all in. Your all in risk could be literally just the cost of your account. Because if you don't use code Clay, well, you'd have to do 119, and then if you passed, you'd have to add in another 130, which still isn't terrible. But regardless, I mean, it's a really good deal to think that your all in risk could be literally only $119. So like I said, if you want to get that promotion, support the channel, use code Clay. And as I've said, I try to be very transparent about this. I really do love to live stream. I enjoy it. But I am a father of 6 kids. I'm trying to be a halfway decent husband and father. So I can't pull myself away for 4 hours at a time from this other stuff because I do work at home if it's not going to be worth my time, right? So as much as I love it, it's got to be worth my time. So if you do enjoy, using code Clay does contribute to making it worth my time. And as long as it's worth my time, then I have every justification to say, yeah, kids, I know daddy's busy right now, but hey, daddy's doing something worth his time. So like I said, I'm not sure I can be any more transparent than that. But if you do enjoy and you want to contribute to making all this worth my time, then that is where code Clay really does help out. And there are some real life implications. Because yes, that does give me a little slice of the pie, but I'd like to think it's a win-win. You're getting a good idea with Pam's Plant. You're getting a discount. You're getting $0 activation fee, and I'm getting a small little slice of the pie, so it can be worth my time. So yes. Now, if you want to support somebody else, if you enjoy somebody else's live stream and you want to use their code, that's cool. Go for that. Support them. I have no problem with that either, obviously. But yeah, if you do want to contribute, make it worth my time, then there you go. So, well, honey, QQ made a new high today. Does it hide? It does hide that pretty. As soon as I close, it dropped. Typical. What did the markets do something crazy or something? No, they're still slowly chopping away. So, all right. Well, we are what? Almost 4.5 hours in. I'm going to go ahead and call it mission complete. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. On your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button. And sometimes I show up early. So if you want to know exactly when I do go live, sometimes I'll show up on Saturdays. Make sure to subscribe, turn on notifications. And like I said, final thing. I am offering that free class tonight. If anybody wants to come check it out, I'll put it in the chat room once more. And yes, I'm very confident that class can offer you something of value from one angle or another. So make sure to check that out. And again, if you're in the prop firm world already or you're wanting to get into it, you want to support this channel, support the live stream, then yes, please use code Clay. That would be very, very much appreciated. So thank you, everybody, and I'll see those of you back tomorrow that want to hang out at 11 a.m. Eastern. Take care.